and welcome to week one of the Gold Blue Outer League playoffs, the wildcard round of 12, where both of these teams want to continue their spread. The top four teams did get a bye round, so these two competitors tonight are continuing their series. I'm Eternal Cast. I am essentially a color caster tonight with Jeeves, my play-by-play. Jeeves, how do you feel going into this night's match? You think it's going to be a close 3-2 series, or you think it's going to be a little more one-sided?
It's actually why I voted to guess this game. I think it's going to be a really close, really exciting match. I think these two teams, pending how the rosters shuffled out, because
A little bit.
yeah, the lineups are a little bit different than what we're used to, but it should be a really exciting, really close game.
I think so as well. I mean, obviously, on the Blue Outer League One, they kind of talked about Little Monkey Wars being in a harder division compared to Aftermath, and we kind of saw that
Yep.
with the seeding round. Aftermath essentially was number two seed overall, but with those best of one series, it kind of fell off, and that's why they're in this spot right now. But looking forward, I did some quick stat pulls. So for average kills per game between Aftermath and Monkey Water, Aftermath has 4.85 KDA, Monkey Water has 4.49 in their division. So Aftermath is in Cloud. They're actually first in their division, fourth overall, whereas Monkey Waters is third in their division, seventh overall. But I think the main point of contention between both of these teams is actually going to be the amount of deaths. So, and this is where it comes into play. Aftermath is 5.24 a game. They are eighth in their division, 24th overall. They're actually the worst team out of all the teams in the Gold League for deaths per
Ooh.
game. Right. Now you look at Monkey Water, 4.25, significantly a whole KDA lower. They're actually fourth in their division, 11th overall. That just shows how pretentious you have high kills, but if your deaths per game is higher than your kills, that doesn't matter. Essentially, basically how well you perform on the individual carries. It's that team synergy. So going into this matchup, especially with the roster shuffle, it's going to be very integral that both of these teams match it up and be on the right page.
So how do you feel about 100%? It looks like jungle bands right now between the Kane,
It
the
does seem
Udyr,
that
the
way.
Shyvana. Wukong, I think, got really strong jungle buffs this last patch. Um, that is some hyper focus and leaves a lot of power picks open.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, Viego is still a power pick by himself. You still have Viego. Karthus Jungle just got a recent buff. I don't know if you've seen
Yeah.
Karthus with First Strike, but that was actually happened last night in Blue Outer League Platinum. They built an entire comp around it. Every single time he hit Requiem, right, just that simple R key, instant 300 gold, and he just completely snowballed out of control. So that's an option if they want to go that route. But a first pick Corki is interesting for Aftermath.
It's pretty standard for what I've been seeing from gold games recently. Corky never really got hit hard to be taken out of the prio for mid lane. There's been other picks that have popped up like Ari, that
Right.
are more aggressive in the early, so that commonly gets picked up, like we just saw. But Corky still does disgusting things late.
Yes. Yeah, he hasn't really been touched too much, but especially in mid to late game, just that constant damage that he can pump out in team fights is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
Ari is a nice pick to that as well because if Corki goes out of lane, she can essentially track you down faster. Because yeah, you might have a Valkyrie, but she still has three charges. So good counter pick to that. I also one of the win conditions I do have for a Little Monkey Waters is for Chinese Spy to be on a roaming mid laner, whether it be a Vex, whether it be an Ari, a Victor, something that gives strong lane pressure, but can
Yep.
also assist the bot lane. As we see that Misfortune getting picked up.
Cool. And I do really like Misfortune in the current patch with the nerfs that hit Gale Force. A lot of those ADCs feel noticeably weaker to me. So Misfortune, the prio on her, especially with I've been seeing a lot of Comet with Emax,
Mhm.
and the lane presence of that pick is can be oppressive.
Now I'm curious if Aftermath will go Zeri. Obviously, some of the nerfs to her, right? You can't really do more of the on hit build, but Yumi Nocturne is still disgusting.
I'm not a big Nocturne fan. I was
Really?
just talking about this on Monday. I was casting a game and I really
Hmm.
didn't like the Nocturne pick there. I'm hoping Aftermath can prove me wrong, but I just feel like there's so many picks that do what Nocturne does better, except for Paranoia. Paranoia is the one thing that he does phenomenally well.
There used to be a comp called turn off the lights comp. So you would run Nocturne Jungle Karthus mid, and you would just hit R, Karthus would hit R, and then you would just go to one lane, and there would be so much chaos with, oh, okay, where's he coming? And then just you would essentially go to bot or mid, shut him completely down. I don't expect that to happen because obviously they already hit locked in the Corki mid.
Yep,
Um, but still, Leona is strong in her own right. I do believe she is still potentially a top three, tanky engaged support. And if you're looking for
yep.
the side of Little Monkey Wars, that's something you need. Something to shield Misfortune in the backline, but still trapping them in one centralized location so that she can get that bullet time off. So I think that's a great round three pick for the side of Little Monkey Waters.
I see it all the time, but I still laugh whenever Shrouds is in the game. The Akali ban comes out. I actually would have really not liked the Akali pick for their comp, but it,
Yeah, that would have been a little inty, I think, on my end of running it down.
the respect being paid.
Right. So now I'm curious if you go. I think you have to go jungler here because they already showed Nocturne. So I think you keep that
Yeah.
counter pick for your top lane if you're the side of water. Obviously, I'm not their coach, but that's what I would do if I was in this situation.
Do you see a world in which Nocturne could get flexed into top lane or potentially even mid with Corki being an AD carry-ish champion that used to be able to go into bot?
I could
Well,
potentially see it, but I feel like as the way the comp's designed, from what I'm seeing so far, is I feel like he'd be better jungle, and then you have
yeah,
either Gwen or Ornn top side. Because right now they don't, besides Nocturne, they don't have a large amount of engage for the side of Aftermath.
yeah.
And it will be the Gwen locked in. Okay, so that should be
Okay.
top side. So now they have to kind of put some thought into who do you want their 8A carry. I mean, Zaya's still on the board, right? Zaya is still a strong pick by herself.
Yep.
You still have Ash Arrow if you want to engage with that pick potential. And on top of that, right? I mean, I know Zeri is bad, but you still have Ezreal if you want to play something super safe.
I think of the options. I really like the Ash. You go for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Okay. Or you pick Ornn. So do you think it's Corky Bot? I feel like
I
Corky
think
Bot
it's
is the
Corky.
least troll of
I
the
think it's
options.
Corky. I think it's Corky Yumi bot, Nocturne jungle, Gwen mid or in top. But it could also be a Gwen Yumi bot lane. Just because
There's
you can't really target her, right? So as soon as
yeah,
Leona tries to engage, you're unstoppable, and then you counteract with Yumi, you stun him in place, and Gwen has true damage with snip snip. So that could be the angle they're playing for. I'm kind of interested now where they're going into these lanes based on their composition. But I think overall, I just like Monkey's composition better just with Leona or Amumu trapping them in there. Akshan will be
yep,
able to pick off any stragglers because Aftermath essentially have to go into Monkey Waters. They don't have exactly the best poke outside of Corki, whereas you still have Misfortune, you still have Ari, so and even Akshan as well. So I feel like if you want to Pokemon for team fights, Water or Monkey Water have the advantage, and then if you
yep.
want to control the objectives, I still think again Monkey Waters has the advantage. I mean, yeah, you have Ornn, but a good play stun, call the Forge God the second the R doesn't go off, and now he's completely useless.
And it's funny, like I definitely totally agree. I really like what the Orn does for the aftermath comp. I think he brings a lot of what that composition was missing
Right.
when the Gwen pick got locked in, and I was like, what in the world could they kind of bring this all together with? And Orn does a lot of what they need, so I can see a world in which they do succeed at what they want to do. It's just yeah, the how Corky survives in bot, if this is like, do you think it's going to be an AD carry Corky, or is it still going to be the same like Luden's Echo poke focused Corky?
I mean, I feel like you shouldn't go Ludens and poke because you don't have that much poke potential. I feel like most of the
Yeah,
damage has to be through front to back team fighting, right? Nocturne dives with Call of the Forge God, Gwen dives the back line, Corky kind of just sits there and does damage, but that's them going into their team, which is kind of the way they drafted. Like if I'm a Mumu and I see Nocturne going past my AD carry, okay, I can easily jump on top of you and hit R. Now
Yep.
you're stuck there. You're completely useless. Okay, yeah, call the Forge God. All right, well, you still have to get through Ari Leona. Akshan is going to be invisible, so you don't know where, unless you're tracking him constantly with Pink Ward and have good vision. I feel like Monkey Water just based on the composition is better. Now, will they play it to that way? That's something that has to be seen. Right. I mean, it is gold,
Yeah.
right? That's something we have to be seen. But based on paper and based on how these champions of both sides work, I still feel the advantage goes to Water for game one.
Okay. So
It is.
looking
Yep.
at
Gwen
bot
Yumi.
draft,
Yep.
it's
Gwen
Gwen
Yumi.
Yumi bot. Okay. I'm really interested to see how that works out. That sounds really sweet, the way you explained it, and just like how the abilities all interact. That sounds cool.
It's annoying. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, because for aftermath, the only way they have only two ways to engage. If Gwen pops, if she's taking Ghost heal, I
Yep.
don't know if she's taking Ghost or not, but or call the Forge
Ghost is
God.
pretty standard.
Right, but outside of that, you have Call the Forge God, right? A Valkyrie Corki package, and then Paranoia with Nocturne.
Yep.
That's about it. Whereas Ari, obviously, you have multiple dashes in and out of the fight. You have a Leona Sun, a Mumu can engage, Akshan can kind of slow them down. So, and again, Misfortune, right? This whole composition is based around Misfortune's bullet time and getting resets with Ari. Even
Yeah.
Akshan, like let's say someone dies instantly around an objective and he kills them. Well, that was your jungler. Now they're back up and you can fight over that objective, whatever it may be. So I think that's important. But if you're the side of Aftermath, I feel that you have to shut down this Akshan early. Otherwise, Orange's not going to be able to play the game for a while.
Yeah, the action is a big I think it is a big factor because if he does fall behind, or even if he goes even in the lane against Horn,
Hmm.
that like there's just not much there to the pick. He brings no
Right.
utility. I would kind of love to see him because the champ's designed to roam since he was made it as a mid laner. I'm hoping to see some river skirmishes with the Ari and Akshan collapsing in, with the Amumu going into fights where Amumu really shouldn't have the ability to walk.
Yes.
um, it really is on monkeys to play out their more straightforward comp successfully.
I'd agree. I would also further enhance what your statement is too. Is if you look at a lot of the lanes for Muru can gank, Ari has a charm, Misfortune has a slow, Leona has a stun, right? So Muru can
Yeah.
essentially follow up. Whereas for Aftermath, for a lot of the early champions, you don't have much reliable CC. So for
No.
Nocturne, it's going to be hard for him to gank a lane pre-6.
And as far as enablers go, Orn does have ways to make that happen. So that might be an indicator of wanting to put Prio up there to get the Akshan behind. But it's still with the range advantage, that's a tough ask.
Well, I'll take Monkeys game one. Who is your take for game one?
I, I like I genuinely do think monkeys. I like the monkeys comp
Mhm,
better, but I think Aftermath brought a really interesting comp to the table, and
mhm.
I'm really excited to see how they play it out. But we will throw it to a break real quick and see how this game ends up shaking out. Don't go anywhere, folks.
and welcome back to Game 1 between Aftermath Esports and literal Monkey's Water. Geez, that's a mouthful. As we see,
Yeah.
both sides are kind of just, not solo laning, but scouting each other out. They're not five-man stacking. No one's invading. They're just trying to kind of dictate where the junglers are going to start. The one thing I will note is DeAndre Jarvan did go Conquer on a Mumu, so while he will do more damage, okay, there seems to be a small pause in the moment. But we'll get right back into it. Nothing too worrisome. But based on what you've seen on their summoner spells, especially with Corki taking first strike, how do you feel with that summoner choice?
It I'm pretty sure that's usually what I see out of Corky's, but I I really like the electrocute just to for Chinese Spy to be able to push the advantage that they're hoping to
Mhm.
get just from having the stronger early game on Ari. Um, if Corky sits back and just plays for maximizing like the first strike gold and staying away from the Ari aggression, that's going to put Convey in a really bad place to do aggressive nocturne things. Um, so I wonder if you don't want to go a bit more of a forward pressing rune.
Well, one notice one thing is he's sorry tiers, so obviously he doesn't feel like he's going to be in too much danger early on, whereas Ari kind of, went Doran's ring, kind of a
True.
standard starting item. So the one thing we'll note is Akshan went longsword and two healing potions, whereas Ornn went corrupting pot. So I do agree that he needs corrupting pot, but my concern is because of how much range Auction can put out. As soon as he burns through those pots, he's kind of going to be open. So I think that'll create an opportunity, like you mentioned earlier about Orange setting up gank potential for Nocturne. That'll create a window for Nocturne to essentially do 3 camps, get level 3, and immediately come topside because he's going to be overextended. So
Yep.
that will be that little area to essentially either burn a flash or get a kill. And if he burns the flash, then obviously you can kind of loop back around because he's not going to instantly recall, and then you can follow up. Ornn will have flash, Nocturne will have flash, and that should be an easy first blood for the set aftermath.
The other, you mentioned the Corky going tier. The other tier start that I think is kind of interesting is
Oh,
Misfortune.
misfortune. Yeah, good point.
Uh, I guess because usually when you see Misfortune, she's trying to just take a stand and make early game things happening, and the tier is gonna make early laning not really as effective. So it's a real commitment to the mid game, I think.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, and also I think the way she feels about it as well is, we mentioned this before. They don't really have a reliable CC on top of it.
Yeah,
Yumi has a slow, but she doesn't have a stun. We know Gwen doesn't really have a stun. She has a slow, but again, nothing reliable. So Misfortune, I feel like that's a smart item choice for the side of monkeys because you're not going to be punished for that early. And again, Nocturne is not the greatest ganker pre-6 unless you can get that paranoia off. But again, you have
yeah.
to be up close and personal. And when you have someone like Leona or Nautilus or Alistar, good luck getting through that.
Do you know, is Yumi not buying potions a standard thing? I can kind of like hypothetically see it. I like on paper why that would work because of the attaching mechanic, but I feel like still buying potions would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with that. Maybe she's saving up for a fair. It's not fair. Is it? No, it's not fairy charm. Forget what the item is called. But maybe she wants to get just that mana regen back. Maybe that's why she's missing out on pots. Or is she just attached herself to Gwen and Gwen left lane super early and she doesn't realize it? That could be the other option too, right? We don't know what their comms are. Um, but I think for the most part, I think Gwen shouldn't have too much of an issue sustaining in the lane, especially with that Doran's ring. And it seems
Yep.
like they are getting a ready check, so we'll be going live back shortly. But yeah, just nothing out of the ordinary. If you do see the small little pause, that's normal. That's again Riot's glorious client working as intended, so no worries there. But yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing too much action early, just because there's not, unless it's an early skirmish, there shouldn't be too much hard engage.
Yep. Yeah, I kind of suspect even though they've got some setup in top, unless something's pretty obvious, the
Mhm.
the natural path is probably gonna be Convey defaulting to farming for 6 unless something presents itself.
Right. Right, yeah, because like I said, based on all their lane setup, it's just power farm till 6. Everyone just kind of play a little bit safe, you know. Unless you see a trade where you can absolutely go all in, then do so. But I
Yeah.
think the only lane that can honestly do that has to be the Yumi Gwen bot lane with the Ignite, because Corki, you know, oh, that's a good electrocute proc by Chinese Spy. He doesn't have Ignite, so he can't really go all in on the Sari.
Okay. I might be a bad RE player. I had never even thought of starting W for the really easy, like, melee range electrocute proc like that.
Oh, he's taking
That's
so much damage.
I like that tech.
I do as well because you're essentially dictating how the lane goes, and because you're gonna hit level 2 first, you can all in this Corki. So he's got Buckby essentially has to play off this wave, and Ari will have tempo advantage. But nothing too much going on. Like I said, Corki's kind of
Yeah.
just walking down. He's already having to burn through one of his pots. Ari has everything fully available. He is stacking tier, but this is the
Oh
action I was
God.
just telling you about early. That's how that damage output, and you know, Ornn will turn through those pots, and once he's out, well, the damage is really going to be insurmountable.
Yeah. Interesting from Ornn. Oh God. Another electrocute proc. Every time I see electrocute pop, it feels really sizable. I like that Ornn took Futures Market. Oh, the charm lands on Corki.
Ooh.
But,
Honestly, it's
Jesus.
Best Buy support has to be very thankful that she did not connect, because if she went in there, she would immediately taken one tower shot, and they probably could have all in her there. So very fortunate. But we see Nocturne again,
Ooh,
as well as talking about
Nocturne coming
earlier,
up top.
overextension.
The hook
But
shot
the
comes
turnaround,
through, lands on Nocturne. The fear doesn't proc.
and it's hard. It's right. He goes in there. He knows the movement has to be around somewhere, but doesn't exactly know where. And yeah, it looks like Amuma's gonna give up this top Scuttle Crab. I feel like you could have contested for it. You have Prio mid and you have Prio top, but here he comes again, topside.
Convey coming back up. The pillar comes in, doesn't proc the hook shot. Gets away from Nocturne. The level 3, the fear is gonna proc this time. Spell shield comes through. Amumu shows up. Flash in with the bandage toss. Flash forward by Convey. First blood to Pupper, please. Bandage toss lands on Convey for a return kill on DeAndre Jarvan. Ornn has to flash out to save his life.
And I feel like that's just a little late flash from the side of Hidden Shrouds on the Akshan. I mean, you had it up.
Yep.
Yes, you wanted to bait Amumu to come in, but you just essentially have to burn it flash to your Amumu. That's a 2v1. That way it separates you and the Ornn. But a great play from the side of Aftermath. Unfortunately, the first blood did go over the side of Ornn. But hey, that early Warden's Mail will start to slowly pay dividends in this lane. He will not be able to out-damage this Ornn, and it won't take as much effect.
Yeah, the Warden's Mail, by putting that futures market to use right away, it's going to be so effective. You expect he's probably going to go something like Warden's Mail, Steel Caps, and probably Bramblevest. When Shrouds away from the Zenith Blade.
And that's why I said that's why that immune gets so annoying, because anything gonna go in, she just says, nope, haha, have a nice day, and you essentially have to just suck it up and accept that you won't be engaging on this Gwen bot lane. The one thing to note is, I feel like...
Zenith Blade lands, there's the Glacial, the shield stuns, Ignite goes down onto Leona, there's the Fear Tether from Nocturne, and Best Buy support flashes out. Now DeAndre Jarvan is in here looking for the re-engage. There's the heal out of Fat Jester. Make It Rain comes in. The bandage toss lands onto Convey, and Allfire gets the kill.
Yep, and that's just a slow, you obviously get the flash out of Leon, you have to run away. Unfortunately, Convey is a little over aggressive, sticks around a little too long, and another kill goes over the side of Monkey's. Great punish as we slowly look at the lanes. They're up 1,000 gold, and that's because of the CS differential. You look at top lane, 17 CS. You look at mid lane, another 17 CS. And as he barely misses the charm, it's just, that's what happens in the early game. You have picked these scaling laners. There's nothing early on the map. So as a result, you're going to be down in farm. And as far as these dragon objectives, I feel like from the side of Monkeys, he should be free in your side pocket.
You have Ocean Drake up first. Oh, ping coming in. Convey is only level 4, but is looking at mid lane since Chinese Spy doesn't have the Spirit Rush. Charm
Great
lands.
charm.
Yeah,
And yeah,
really
just
clean
just
disengage.
just looking at itemization, right? Mid lane already is up 600 gold. Amumu was only up 300 gold, but again, Ornn's so focused on trying to deal with Akshan that if Ari simply shoves out a wave and rotates, she'll be able to kill topside. But again, this is what I talked about, those early laners. This is how it's a
Yep.
free dragon from the side of monkeys. You take this, and honestly, based on their composition, this is a great early dragon for their side.
Yeah, I love early ocean dragons just in general. I think when it's the first dragon, the HP regen really has a chance to shine. But
Mhm.
especially with what they're looking to do, that's yeah, they could not ask for better.
Yeah, like I said, like Inferno's, not too bad. Obviously, damage is nice, but I think just for a little bit of the mana and health regen, especially for a Mumu and Ari,
Yep.
it feels nice to have that because if a trade doesn't work out, you know that you just give it a couple seconds, you'll be able to go back in, and especially with the Mumu taking Conqueror, you're gonna be healing more with that rune choice. So I feel like having the early Ocean Dragon, while it might not be sexy, it's very pivotal to essentially expanding your lead and snowballing the game.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of the sexy dragons, second one being Cloud means we are gonna get one of the more highly prioritized dragons for the soul.
I hope it's Hextech.
Yeah, same.
I wanted to make some plays through the gates, or they go a little too far and they're like, oh, well, you shouldn't have taken that. Now it's a 4v1. But, it's always a surprise when Hextech gates come up because some people just either don't know how to play around it or they're a little too aggressive.
Ooh. Yeah, I have seen some games completely thrown just because of misjudging
hmm
Hexgate timings for getting out of base.
There was one game in Platinum League, best of 3 during regular season. And,
Ooh, the
oh,
Zenith Blade
goes
lands
in.
onto Fat Jester, but Kazuchi goes onto All Fire. There's the paranoia. Misfortune has to flash out. Now Leona's making a break for it. Towers onto Convey, who does get out.
And that's where that
Excuse me.
Yumi healing. Oh, you're good. That's where that Yumi healing comes in, speeds you up, gets you out of situations, get a little movement speed, get a little heal, everything's okay. And especially with Paranoia and Nocturne, that's one of the most mobile champions you can use with Yumi, and it's just so obnoxious because there's not much you can deal with it.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, Misfortune's not level 6. They can dive this.
Oh no. The flash in from Ikazuchi gets the kill on All Fire. And Best Buy support is here having just respawned. They are
And
winning this 1v1, though. Gwen has
he's
no cooldowns, and Misfortune is getting the stuns. There's the Zenith Blade, the snip snip, and that was gonna
I
be so nice if Gwen got that kill, but
Well, I think what happened is Fat Jester jumped off too early. Heal does come up. And I mean,
yeah.
both of them were 6, so she definitely still had Final Chapter, didn't want to use it, but because she jumped off, the tower kills her early on, that won't kill Ornn. But, jumps off, doesn't get the heal, doesn't get Final Chapter off. Unfortunately, she goes down, and then again, Gwen is fighting into that wave as we see Call of Fortune God go off.
Yeah, we've got 2v2 in top and the flash away from the bandage toss. But Amumu does have the Herald, so they could still choose to go in.
Potentially. I think if you dive this, Nocturne can clean it up just because of the amount of damage she can deal out right now, especially with Iron Spike Whip. But
Yeah,
I think just play it slow, get a couple. I think if Akshan stays top, right, level 4, because he's going to TP back. If they clear this out, have Akshan hit the tower, I think that's a little early. But
yeah, I was thinking that with how lane dominant Shrouds has been on this Akshan, having this like 25 CS lead, having bought the cull, that wouldn't it have been the better idea to keep him in lane longer, like as long as possible?
and here's Nocturne coming back topside. Paranoia is active.
Oh, the bandage toss lands onto Pupper, please. There's the hook shot going in. Paranoia goes onto Shrouds. The fear tether lands. And Pupper, please, gets his second kill of the game. And now DeAndre Jarvin's making a break for it. Has no mana. The tears are running. Flash out. Convey thinking about going under turret and
Uh,
backs off.
The most important aspect is you have Curse of the Sad Mummy. That was not used at all in that fight. And
Ooh,
unfortunately, right, and unfortunately, you don't use that, you don't have the reliable CEC. Yes, they both burn flash, but they killed you for it. You're supposed to be winning this lane as Akshan. And because you
yeah.
didn't use Curse of the Sad Mummy, that you're just giving them free kills, and I think that's a misplay from DeAndre Jarvan.
The final chapter came out in bot lane, but they had full vision of the brush gang, so the monkeys were able to get out.
Gold lead's actually, and besides the kills, I think gold lead is actually pretty even, only 1.6k at 12 minutes. So this game is very even back and forth from both sides, which again is something you talked about early on before we started this game. That so this is probably going to be one of the closest matches of the night. So I'm
Yep.
excited and happy that this is what we're seeing so far.
And the gold lead, well, even before that turret went down
Right.
and kind of ballooned the gold lead was slowly but surely growing for monkeys. They had like a couple hundred at first, but then they got it to like 1,500. So they're definitely doing the right thing. And now they're contesting this dragon. It is already gone. There goes the package in Best Buy support. There's a nice bullet time over the wall call. The Forge God tags too. Now Best Buy support goes in with the Zenith Blade. The Leona ult comes through, but there's two dead monkeys already.
That's a good
Now
arm.
Spirit rushes in. There's the Curse of the Sad Mummy. There's two charges left on the Spirit Rush. Corky missiles going in. Ikazuchi goes down to Chinese Spy. Titan Shrouds did pretty quickly. I wonder with how close that was, if that could have been one for the monkeys.
Unfortunately, it's just I think at that point you just have to give the dragon up. I mean, that's a 3 for 2 for the side of Aftermath. But you saw Orin
Yeah.
teleport down there. They have all 5. You just have to give it up as
Oh,
Akshan's too close to comfort.
the charge lands onto Shrouds. The Gatling gun from Corky is going through, and all fire blocks the damage coming through.
Well done by Allfire to essentially stop another kill coming over. But that's what I'm talking about, right? Aftermath has the comp where if they want to all in, they can all in. So
Yeah.
Akshan needs to be ahead early and often, but unfortunately 0-2-1, only a couple
Oh,
CSs. Paranoid comes on
paranoia
bot lane.
coming into bot lane. Ari does not have flash. She doesn't have Spirit Rush, and this is just getting slowly walked in. The speed boost from W. The charm lands
No.
under turret, and Convey goes down. Gwen's now got the turret aggro, taking shots. Here comes DeAndre Jarvan for the revenge kill, and that's a 2 for 1.
Oh, she missed the last portion of the Q.
Yep.
Nocturne didn't want to take it, wanted to give it over, and unfortunately, because you're trying to give it over, that overextension results in a 2v1 for the side of monkeys, and that's not what you don't want more kills on this Ahri, especially when she's one of those solo AP carries for for their side.
And really cleanly played for Chinese Spy. Like, I kind of suspect they were just staring at cooldowns and hitting the charm as soon as they could. But like landing that charm under the turret onto Convey was super well played.
Yeah, that was absolutely critical to essentially turning that into a 2v1 into a 1 for 0 for the side of Aftermath. And
Yeah.
Nocturne is falling behind in CS. He's 30 down compared to the Mumu as,
Ooh.
yeah, I checked. He's 2,000 gold behind on his lane opponent, whereas Corky is almost another 2,000, 3,900 and 5,200. So
There.
again, this is where CS comes into play.
Upper please. Looks like he's out. That was the solar flare getting burned in top lane.
Gwen's on the move though.
When with the Yumi, keep going
And
for these brush gangs.
And Nocturne's there as well. Paranoia is going to slowly come off cooldown.
Shrouds goes for the jungle invade, gets the hook shot out. Here comes Call of the Forge God. Shrouds flashes out. There's a nice Curse of the Sad Mummy. Double kill for the Amumu. Oh, Fat Jester's trying to run, but that's a triple onto the Amumu. There's one charge of Spirit Rush, goes in. The charm goes wide.
Good dodge, but yeah, it's just they thought they had a trap on Akshan, but Akshan says, not on my life, and baits them all in. Gets 3 for 1 for the side of monkeys, and the main point, Corky was bot lane the entire time, so monkeys knew they actually had the numbers advantage.
And the AoE damage there, honest to God, caught me totally off guard. How suddenly, like, the health bars just completely disappeared for
I
Aftermath.
I was like, okay, it's gonna be even, and then just Curse of Sad Mummy goes out, and then just instantly evaporates. Oh, all right, well, it was close until that happened, but yeah, you're looking at 16 minutes, 5,000 goalie. That 1,000 goalie we talked about, the 12-minute mark, has ballooned into 5,000 in less than 4 minutes. So that's slowly slipping from the side of Aftermath.
Oh, we have just the briefest of respites here because it's 48 seconds till the next dragon. And we do have a Mountain Soul. So it's not as uh, enticing as, say, an Infernal or a Hex tech. But it looks like that we are still going to get a push for this from the Monkey coming out of base.
I think Mountain's actually going to be critical for both these teams. Ornn will constantly be tankier, and if you have that on Mumu and
Yeah.
Leona, that's a front line that you have to deal with a shield on top of it. So Mountain is actually really beneficial for both these teams, so it's going to be interesting how they position themselves. As Ornn is recalling, trying to prep for this dragon, but Monkeys is already there.
They've got him. Akshan goes in with the hook shot, gets exhausted. There's the final chapter. Gwen goes into the Shroud. Paranoia comes in, lands onto Shrouds. Ikazuchi gets the first kill. Now Best Buy support goes for it, but doesn't get out. Bullet time goes over the wall. That's a flash forward by Convey, flash out by Allfire. Now Chinese Spy is trying to kite. There's the Spirit Rush. Gets exhausted. Uses the last charge of Spirit Rush to get over the wall. Get out. Now DeAndre Jarvin goes in, gets the bandage toss, and Buckbeak just absolutely deletes Allfire. There's the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Chinese Spy comes in, but gets the call of the Forge God for trouble. There's a bandage toss, but the damage is already done. Mumu's trying to get Pupper, please, but isn't gonna get that and gives 850 gold to Ikazuchi.
That's
And
not
now
what.
Shrouds is respawn. Hook shots in just to give a triple over to Ikazuchi. Does get Buckbeak though.
Get Buckbeak, but it's not worth. It was already an ace. You teleport in, you die again. You just gave 6 kills over and a dragon to the side of Aftermath. You gave Gwen 550 gold shutdown. That's honestly, if you were up 5,000 gold and that just got reduced to 1.6k, you just gave them 4,000 gold over to them in a blink of an eye. And now look at Gwen, 10-4-2 on this champion. She's not going to go away. She scales extremely hard in the late game. So the fact that you're throwing away these leads is not what you want from Monkey. So now the tables have actually shifted. You had all this momentum for the side of Monkeys has just completely been thrown to the wayside. Now the momentum is in the favor of Aftermath. And now the question is, can they keep this up or will they again make a mistake?
Oh, there's the Gwen ult going through. The scissors are coming out, but there is a turret there for Chinese Spy. And
Luckily, he has a turret.
Just crossed 9,000 gold. Has the most gold in the game by a wide margin. Hookshot lands. That's Fat Jester, actually, that got tagged.
And again, that's the second time this game Fat Jester has gone off of Ikazuchi to essentially either do more damage or poke him out, and the second time they've given away another kill to the side of Literal Monkeys. Luckily, you kind of gave it over to a Mumu and not the Ari, but still the point stands. These are free kills that you do not need to sacrifice.
And like, a Mumu getting the gold isn't, like, it's not optimal, but it's like, it's not the worst. Like, the Curse of the Sad Mummy already was doing a decent chunk of damage, and with the Conqueror, this is a battle mummy, and he's got Demonic Embrace, so the AP is gonna keep going up as the HP goes up, and so Amumu's gonna be able to put in work in these fights.
Yeah, exactly. And just, that's a smart pickup. I usually build that as well in a Mumu just because it gives you that extra AP damage. And as a Mumu, you're going to be building tank the entire game. So why not have a little bit of extra AP burst damage? Same thing for Zac as well. As Akshan might be caught out
hiding
here.
Shrouds. Feared Tether doesn't land. Here's the Call of Forge God and flash out from the Akshan. Paranoia gets dodged too. Nice
Good flash. Exactly. Wasted 2 big engaged supports from the side of Aftermath. So now, if you're the side of Monkeys, you have that window to go in.
Gwen's looking for Chinese Spy. There's the Spirit Rush. Ooh.
Gets tagged. Yeah, she's okay. She has to be healed up. Has Rift Maker. Perfectly fine.
DeAndre Jarvin's looking for it.
It's fortune.
That was very close to get to a Nocturne for a Misfortune.
Yeah, yeah, that's a little terrifying as Akshan is almost stuck depleting his cold 21 minutes in the game. He's had a rough game one, but hopefully that'll give him enough gold to essentially get another item, right? Get Kraken Slayer more auto attack damage off. But now the question to be asked is how much auto attack damage will he get off in these fights when you actually have a Gwen, Yumi, and Ornn on top of you?
And especially with a lot of these fights have started with Shrouds being a bit too deep, going for flanks, going for these plays, and getting blown up first. Like that's he died quickly enough that he was able to die twice in the last team fight.
On top of that, look at their vision control. I mean, for the side of monkeys, you have around mid lane. There's okay, you finally okay, as a as I'm talking about, thank you, but you finally are starting to get deeper, vision control, especially with the next drag for 55 seconds. Look at the red side for Aftermath. Where is the control wars? Where is the vision? The only vision you have is bot river and mid river.
Yep.
You have nothing inside their jungle, and the same thing for Aftermath. You have nothing inside of the jungle for Monkey. So both of these teams are playing completely blind, and it's honestly, if you have Nocturne, that kind of does play in your favor a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And it's interesting after having gotten like clawed back a good chunk of the lead in that fight, the Monkeys' gold lead has started growing again in the lull in between. They're back up to over 3K gold lead.
Well, they know where Chinese Spy is at. The question is, will the team respond? Ornn is topside, does have TP, but now do you try and pick this fight before the Ornn TP comes in, or do you try and bait it out and then re-engage?
Oh, now they know the word's there.
I'm not a big fan of him TPing there, but
Yeah.
that Corki package is up, so they have to stall this out.
And the Monkeys are completely split.
Yeah, they are. You have two bot, two mid, one top. Like what?
And that's an early flash from DeAndre Jarvan getting
Man.
over the wall. The bandage toss misses. There's the package. Chinese Spy has to run. Here comes the paranoia. It lands onto the Misfortune, and that's double kill for the Corki at the start of this. Now Ikazuchi is running rampant on what's left of the back line. DeAndre Jarvan gets the pupper, please. Double kill for the Amumu before going down, but then that's triple kill for the Gwen.
And that's a clean ace. Honestly, do Dragon and then rotate over to Baron. You easily have enough damage to do both objectives, especially with the respawn timers up. But yeah, that early flash from DeAndre Jarvan on Amumu, it's like you mentioned, they were completely split. And especially with Call the Forge God and Package and Final Chapter available, you cannot be split on these engages. And Aftermath read it completely correctly, engaged on it, and look at the Gwen, 13-4-2, and unless you have some type of heal cut to deal with this team, you are going to be in a lot of pain.
And so far, the only grievous wounds on the Monkey's side is an Oblivion Orb out of Chinese Spy.
And honestly, I feel like if you're Fat Jester, I think you do pick up the Chemtrick Putrefier. You throw a little shield on Nocturne, then jump back on Gwen, have Nocturne go in, then go on Corki, speed him up. You will have so much anti-heal on your team, it's not even funny. So I think if you're Fat Jester, right, you already have Dark Seal slowly building with 4 stacks on it. Go Chemtrick Putrefier, build that item, snowball this lean, and essentially make it a GG easy game 1.
Cool. And speaking of getting leads, Ornn finally hit 14. And so, of course, the first upgrade, I couldn't have even told you the name before it just happened. Icathia's Curse going on to Gwen. So she's even stronger than she would have been normally.
Oh, yeah. Riftmaker and Jakitia's Curse is nothing to scoff at, as check the goal lead. Gwen has the most gold in the game at the moment, 11,544. The second closest is Mumu at 11,400. But if you want to just go individual lanes at the moment, look at Misfortune. Look how far down she is compared to this Gwen as they go into the tower.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, Allfire is not having a good time. Oh, they're hunting Chinese Spy. There's the paranoia. The Fear Tether lands. It does proc. Call the Forge God comes in. Doesn't land. but the Spirit Rush doesn't get her over the wall.
And they start this Dragon, or Baron, I mean, Akshan is bot side, so they know they have numbers advantage, so this should be their Baron.
Yeah, this should be totally free, pending a bullet time mishap.
You still have Curse of the Sad Mummy and Bullet Time, and remember, they did use
Yep.
Call the Forge God, so they don't really have a way to engage unless Gwen goes over that wall.
The bandage toss lands onto the Baron. There's bullet time coming through. Gwen gets chunked down. Amumu is fighting off Convey. They have a lot of damage coming in, and that's a shutdown onto Ikazuchi. This fight's
Stops
going
the Yumi,
on.
that's
Misfortune
big.
is totally untouched. Double kill. Pupper Please goes down, and that is a triple kill. And the Baron secure, going to literal monkey's water.
So, oh man, and not only that, Ari is teleporting in. And Corki doesn't have package, so this goes over for the side of Monkeys, and that was a huge misplay. Buckbeak, you do not need to teleport. Let Akshan get those towers. Who cares? You'll respawn back. The fact is, he recalls. Now you made it into a 4v4, and because of that, while they're stuck in the pit, Baron, right, does those armor and magic resist descaling on every hit, every tick. And because they're so low, Amumu Curse of Sad Mummy with bullet time comes in, weakens all of them, and great bandage toss onto Yumi. Separates her from essentially getting the team out, and you just gave over 4 kills for 0 and a Baron. It's almost like we saw the Dragon replay, but the teams are swapped.
I want to take a second and say I am sorry to Aftermath Esports for how badly I jinxed that.
Cursor casting never gets old. I do it all the time. Don't feel so bad. And let me see who the shutdown. Oh, that's not. Oh yeah, and Misfortune got the shutdown and Gwen too, 600 gold. And now she picked up Children's Grudge, so now she's instantly gonna slow you on top of it. And yeah,
Yeah.
that's a champion you did not want that extra gold over.
Yeah, especially the armor pen coming through on the Sherilda's Grudge means she's gonna actually do damage to this Ornn, who's otherwise been monstrously tanky.
Oh yeah, he is. And that's a beefy bow, and he's only gonna get beefier as this next dragon's up in 50 seconds. Here's the interesting point: they have to fight for this because they're on Dragon Soul point. So if they give this up, that is a Mountain Soul going over to the side of Aftermath. So they will be a team fight around this dragon. And Akshan is top side.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do you give this up because he can? Okay, Corki is top, so he will match it. You do.
And they've both got teleports ready. Oh god. He just went the other way, but Pupper Please is on the wrong side of this fight. But they don't see him. There's the final chapter. It comes through. The Curse of the Sad Mummy gets him. There's a nice bullet time ripping through. There's the Akshan ult coming from downtown. Double knockup for Pupper Please.
And Leona's alive.
Jester on there. Oh, but all the damage from Little Monkeys is still there. That's a clean 5 for 0.
They can actually end this game. You have a wave bot. You have 5-man Baron. This should be game 1 over for Literal Monkey's Water.
Oh, that looked like it could have been so good for Aftermath. Like with the Ornn having been split off, but having not been seen. So Monkeys thought they were getting a good fight, but Ornn had positioning to disrupt. But then the fight went exactly as good as Monkeys could have asked for.
And Akshan's just going to be swinging around. There he goes. Have everyone there just by sheer numbers advantage. It's a 4v3. Okay, well, Ornn is on the opposite side. He's not there, so yes, he was called the Forge God. Well, at the same time, you of course said Mummy Bullet Time. No one's on top of Misfortune. Nocturne is the first one to go down. Yumi goes down next. Gwen is just stuck in the tri-bush by herself. Corki's not even in that fight. And by the time he gets there, the game's over. So that's just why vision control is so important for these objectives and why I have to set them up. Because if you saw that, right? That little angle they took, no one knew until it was too late. So that first game, while that was a little shaky from both teams, Literal Monkey's Water takes it and they're up in the series 1-0.
Yeah, really honestly really fun back and forth game. I liked a lot of what happened, a lot of what both teams did, and just like a little bit of cleaning up from aftermath, and like you said, the vision control, and it could have definitely been theirs. There's a way that final fight goes that could have been different, but yeah, I'm psyched to see what they bring out for game two.
Sorry about that. My my thing timed out. For
Okay.
damage charts, Amumu actually did the most in the game, 20,913, and then it was yeah, like he and then Ari did second with Gwen coming up in third. Mentioned earlier, having the extra gold on Amumu isn't the worst case just because of the item builds and the fact that he's
Yeah.
tankier. But I think if you're the side of Aftermath, I think that the comp wasn't the worst issue. I think the main issue was just decision making and vision control. I think if you clean that up for game two, you can easily come back in the series.
Yeah. But we will see how they choose to adapt to game two. We're going to throw it to a quick break and get set up for the lobby. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to game two of the gold division for Blue Outer League. Literal Monkeys Water has jumped out to a 1-0 lead over Aftermath. And as we slowly get into this draft for game two, do you think they ban away the Amumu going into this draft phase?
God, I don't know that Aftermath has any other jungle bans to spare. They focused DeAndre Jarvin so hard in that draft, and he still ended up doing the most damage in the game. So
Yes, he did.
I wonder if we
Yeah,
see a total reevaluation, like maybe Aftermath drops jungle bans instead of
I feel
adding a
like
Mumu to the list.
you could still ban Udyr, right, just because he's so speedy. Wukong is
Yep.
perfectly fine. I think you can afford to give them Shyvana. I feel like that's fine if you're the side of Aftermath. But no,
Yeah.
they banned Shyvana already. All right, maybe they see something that I don't see, but I just don't think that, Dragon Form E is a lot of damage, but if she that skill it's a skill shot, right? As soon as that dissipates, you can engage on her. So I just think that's a wasted ban in my opinion, but who knows? They might see something I don't see.
Especially because Shyvana, like, the Amumu really enabled so much of what the Monkeys comp wanted to do. Like it gave them their big AoE team fight presence. And even
Right.
like stuff like in that going into that Baron fight, he missed the bandage toss onto the Aftermath players, but still landed on the Baron and got into the pit and started it off. And the Monkeys playing with our expectations and going for the Nautilus pick that got banned in game one.
I mean, we saw how well that support played on Engage Champion. Granted, there was some, kind of a little over aggression, but I feel as long as you put them on an engaged support, like I mentioned earlier, Nautilus,
Yeah.
Alistar, or whatever, they'll be fine. So I think that's a very strong pickup for round one, as we see potentially the route with the Magnet Storm Ultimate.
Ooh.
It is being locked in as, yeah, ooh, Hecarim coming in as well. Okay, I like it. I like it.
Okay. Yeah, I really like the prio being put on champions that were banned in phase two last time.
Honestly, I feel like if you're Aftermath, right, if you do a combo with Magnet Storm and then Unstoppable Onslaught, if you grab Viger, you can throw that in mid or bot lane with that giant baby cage that cuts off so many angles. And if you catch someone out on top of Rel, I feel like that's so much CC layer you can throw on top of each other. But Trundle, like that's a great blind pick in the jungle. Could it be a flex pick for top side and Cassiopeia for mid lane? Great pick. So obviously, if you're gonna come into my team, I want to make sure you're grounded. You can't do anything.
The grounding doesn't do that much against Decrim. It shuts down the start of the unstoppable onslaught, right? Onslaught. But like none of the rest of it, because the rest of his stuff is just right click running around, right?
Unstoppable Onslaught will allow me to just kind of go over that terrain, but as far as
Yeah.
Rel and Hecarim, they can't go over it, so they'll actually be slowed and stuck in that position. So based on their team comp, if you're trying to have someone run in and engage, that grounded will slow them down significantly, or at least have to wait until it goes away or go around it. So, Orianna is a good pickup for Shockwave. So yeah, they have multi-layer CC, which is what I was hoping for in the draft for Aftermath. So Orianna, Hecarim, obviously the Shen is a great ban because that's just another layer you can add on top of it. I think you ban Ornn here if you're from Monkeys. You do have
Yeah.
potentially first pick here if you need it, but I think you just take it away so that way Aftermath doesn't get it again.
Yeah. Orn would be fairly gross with this aftermath comp. They are going to need a bit more damage coming out of the bot lane. I'm kind of hoping to see an AD carry instead of another Gwen performance with the comp they have right now.
Oh, they banned Kaisa. Okay, I guess they're worried about 80 carries going in. I just feel like Call the Forge got such an easy pick here. I
Yeah.
feel like, I mean, Akshan wasn't a problem that game against you. I feel like Ornn did pretty well in that lane. So we'll see what they pick up. They could pick an 80 carry here, but they're really thinking about this. Well, let's see. If we're talking about 80 carries, I don't think they play Aphelios or not. Aphelios would be decent into this composition. You could also go Jinx here or Callista. Varus, okay, good pick.
Varus. Okay.
It's mostly for its ultimate to kind of hold him in place, so the Magnet Storm and everyone else can kind of just follow in on top of him. But now you give Monkeys a chance to then get their to take away that Ornn for top side.
Yep.
Again, we'll see what they play into it, but I just think Ornn is one of those champions that's kind of a picker ban right now. Just the amount of utility he can provide to your team is
Yeah.
absolutely gross. So, but they'll pick up Gray. I'm not a big fan of the Graves. That's probably more likely on top side, but
Yeah.
still not a big fan of it.
I guess one thing with the Varus pick that I do like is that the monkeys have no dive right now in their comp. So where it's usually a bit
Hmm.
riskier of a pick without something like a Tom Kench, no one's going to be trying to jump on him,
So
right?
okay, so that's what it's gonna be a Cassiopeia Nautilus kill bot lane with a Victor mid,
Gotcha.
Graves top, and a Trundle jungle. All right. So that Cassiopeia is a flex pick. So it seems like both of these quote unquote 80 carries has some tricks up their sleeve on some APs.
Oh,
Still have the top lane for Aftermath, so we'll see what they want to pick into this Graves. I mean, GP is available too. GP is a very safe pick, but looks like Mundo. Okay, that's fair. The only way to get rid of that shield is by some form of CC, so Chronopill will get rid of that. But as far
yeah.
as that lane, I don't think you'll have as much pressure on Mundo because if he needs to, he'll essentially scale up and out heal himself. Um, I
With
just
the
based on the drafts, I feel like based on these drafts, both of these teams missed an opportunity, or they possibly
yeah.
didn't think that Ornn wasn't the pick. But if you pick Ornn, right? Just imagine this: Call the Forge God comes in, Hecarim goes with Unstoppable Onslaught with an Oriana Ball Shockwave, wraps you in, Magnet Storm falls on top, Ornn hits a second phase of it, and I forget what the ultimate for Varus is, but essentially you trap everyone together and you instantly clean that team fight. Like there's so
Yeah.
much CC on top of it, it's hard to deal with.
Do you see do you how do you like the Trundle versus the Graves top into this one? I feel like the Graves is the safer option, but I feel like I almost like the Trundle for being able to duel and split push against the Mundo and pull them across the map.
Either one would work. The only thing is if you use Trundle topside, it will take away Mundo's tankiness, just based on its ultimate itself, right? You get
Yeah,
healing back, remove it, so like that will make the Mundo weaker. So I think if you're monkeys, you throw Trundle top, make Graves jungle. And if you want to do that, okay, then you just leave top side alone because Trundle can essentially survive that lane. And then you just play through bot lane. Cassiopeia Nautilus is a high kill lane. And Rel essentially does not have a way to go back. She only knows how to go forward. Nautilus, however, can go both ways, same as Cassiopeia. So I feel you play around that bot side, get your bot laner ahead. And Cassiopeia, if she gets ahead early, because I imagine she's going to take Conqueror, she will just snowball this game completely out of control. It doesn't matter how much CC you have. One good it's Gorgon. It's not Gorgon's Eye. I forget what her ultimate's called, but essentially you turn to stone, you freeze in place.
yeah.
Uh, you're
Oh,
you're
I'm drawing a
you're
blank too.
I'm drawing a blank at the moment, but you're stuck in place. So I think if you're inside of monkeys, you play around bot side, get your Cassiopeia, Nautilus, lane ahead. Victor will scale up perfectly fine. If you're
Yep.
from Aftermath, bot lane is going to be one product. You do have lock up there. Also mid lane, because Victor early levels until he gets upgrades on his kit is going to be fairly weak into this Oriana.
Yeah. And it does turn out it's the Graves top, not the Trundle.
Okay. Like I said, either one can work, right? Both of them
Yeah.
are very doable. Um, but yeah,
It's a
I
bit
think for
more
them
standard.
right, and it's a little more comfort too, because if you're gonna gate upon, you still have a dash, right? You still have that buckshot to create that distance. So just a way to basically give yourself a little more comfort room. Um, yeah, the one thing I didn't mention last game is for Aftermath,
Yeah.
Convey, who is their jungler, so this is kind of interesting. Unfortunately, he didn't have the best game one, but as far as Otter power rankings is concerned, he is actually ranked sixth overall with a 69.69 power ranking. No, I did not make that number up. That's exactly what it's listed as. Um, so I expect more out of him. I feel like game one he just misplayed some of the lanes, but I expect more out of him game two because As long as him and Chinese Spy can get ahead, I think they can carry this team together. But if one of, or not Chinese Spy, sorry, he's at Monkey Water. But I feel like if Convey falls behind, the team breaks down. Whereas for Monkey Water, they play a large around their mid. So I feel if Chinese Spy can get ahead, their team will scale very well, as we saw in game one with that Ari pick in the resets. So it'll be interesting to see how both of these laners play out, as well as the jungle pathing that they take. But what are your predictions for game two between both these teams?
I've got actually really high hopes for Convey on this Hecarim. Since you brought him up, I liked the plays he tried to make with the Nocturne, and there were a lot of like good mechanical moments where like he had the reaction time to flash forward to match flashes to keep the fear tether. So when he's on an actual good champion like Hecarim, because I'm sticking to no Nocturnes uh, as my thing.
I mean, so
But
far they've supported your thesis from game one, so I feel like you're onto something.
but like
Um, I
yeah,
just
just
feel like
the
I
this
yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch you. I just want to echo. I feel like Aftermath. I would agree with you. Is at least in my terms, I like their competition better for game two.
yeah yeah I agree. I like what they've brought out for this draft. But with that, we are going to throw this to a quick break to load into game, get synced up. Hopefully, no pauses this time, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
And welcome back to game 2 between Little Monkeys Water and Aftermath Esports. Monkeys has jumped out to a 1-0 lead as they will just do a standard 5-man. Nothing too crazy, making sure that there's no invade potential from the side of Monkeys as they do technically. Another pause
Oh.
comes in. Okay. Is every game going to be like this? I hope not.
Oh no.
Yeah.
30
Oh,
seconds until ring
that
Okay,
was
they're ready. You know
super
what?
quick.
I was worried we got to like resync everything back up, so that works out. Hopefully it doesn't happen every game. Maybe someone has connection issues. That's perfectly fine. As up first, okay, first goal going over to Victor. Um,
Yeah,
but yeah, I think we talked about it in the pre-draft phase. I think the one point of contention between Chinese Spy and Buckby is the summon Airy for Chinese Spy and the phase rush for the side of Buckby and Ori.
true. Yeah.
minions have spawned.
The oh. We are gonna have to actually, unfortunately, throw it to a brief break real quick so we can get everything resynced.
Yeah, I think we're
Don't,
yeah.
yeah, don't go anywhere. We will be like right back, right back.
And welcome back after that brief pause. We just had to sync things up on the production side as well as the casters. Everything's good on our end. And yeah, as we see the typical red side start from Trundle and the red side from Hecarim, so we should see some cross-map plays. Junglers will not be interacting too much as Hecarim, as long as he passed down correctly, should be taking bot scuttle and Trundle should be taking top scuttle. As we see the exchange early in top lane between proper please and hide in shrouds as the early damage comes down from that Graves.
Yeah, really similar to how Shrouds played level 1 in game 1 with the Akshan versus the Ornn going for the brush gank and coming out with a lot of early damage. And Pupper Please uh, just kind of survived through it and
Oh.
did what he could in game 1. And it looks like it's going to be similar game 2.
I play top as a secondary role, and I cannot stand ranged top laners. That lane is not for you. Please leave. Please go mid or bot lane. So I don't like it when I see ranged top laners, especially if it's like a Vayne or a Quinn. If you play Vayne or Quinn top lane, you are scum. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. I'm not apologizing for that. Graves is okay because he's supposed to be someone in melee range, but
Yeah.
yeah, Pupper is just getting this damage early, but unfortunately that kind of happens in this lane. Your main objective is to essentially survive. Is caught. Oh, yep, has to flash. We're gonna flash, and as we look in the bot lane, Best Buy support Anolis wants to go in, but doesn't exactly have the angle as the second minion wave arrives. But that early flash is an angle as here comes Trundle.
Gank coming in mid, the pillar goes down, and yeah, Buckby is just walking away.
And interesting, Trundle is actually foregoing the top scuttle and his cross map. And Heck Convey is completely late to this, but he does have a level advantage.
Yeah, Hecarim going for the fuller clear has the level advantage, and there's a fight in bot lane too. Ikazuchi has to get out, and now first blood going down on Fat Chester. The flash in from Best Buy support. All Fire sending out the E's. And now they're going for the dive onto Convey. Nautilus tanking 2 tower shots and really
Well,
can't get
Hecarim's
any
stuck.
closer to that.
Hecarim's stuck. Trundle's right there. He can kill him.
Trundle's going for it. Looks like, oh, the pillar lands,
God,
but got under the inner turret before they could get the kill.
And yeah, that's where that, or I told you, the Cassiopeia Conqueror damage goes out. It's true damage and the poison and true damage and more poison is first blood. Unfortunately, does go over to Best Buy support on Nautilus, but that's fine. You kill both of them. You push them out of wave. You essentially stole Scuttle from Hecarim. You almost kill him too, and yeah, I feel like if you're the side from Monkeys, you're liking this early level lead. 1,000 gold, 430 in.
I really like the aggressive early play from DeAndre Jarvan, going for the skirmish, knowing that Trundle is stronger at that like 0 item point than Hecarim. That Hecarim really needs to scale into the game, and so it's just really smart play going for the less conventional pathing. But now we've got a gank up in top side. Convey doesn't have Ghost, so Hidden Shrouds is just making a break for it as fast as he can.
Yeah, I mean, he'll get out of it, but now that reveals that Hecarim is top side, so that means its bot side gank is completely free. The only question is you have half health on both of these champions, Varus and Rel, both back, so they do have potions to heal this up if they try and go for an engage.
Oh, here comes DeAndre Jarvan. The pillar goes down to block off Ikazuchi. The CC's coming in from Nautilus, and the damage coming back. Oh, Cassiopeia lives with 15 health.
That is so unfortunate. Barely escapes that gank, but yeah, that's a good counter gank by Trundle, going in there knowing that they want to play aggressive. Almost gets the kill, but again, another kill. Varus goes down, and I told you, one of the scariest champions you can have is playing through the bot lane. This is what you want to do if you're the side of Monkeys. It seems they've been listening because this is how they're playing the game, and the results show. You're up 1,500 gold 6 minutes in.
DeAndre Jarvan had a little bit of indecision there. Oh, here comes the shockwave at Orianna. Flash out from Chinese Spy. Here's the Mundo ult, but the maximum dosage isn't enough to save from the collateral damage.
Yeah, and again, that's where that range matchup is. Both of them do have fleet footwork, but again, Hidden Shroud's the main reason why he didn't live that. First item Executioner's calling. Yeah, it's only 52 healing reduction, but it definitely pays dividends as we see the flash coming out of Rel. And again, this bot lane is just being the main point of contention for Waters.
Man, I didn't even think about until you had mentioned how good the Cassio was as a bot lane pick, just how hard Cassio shuts down everything Rel wants to do. It's such a smart pick there.
I've also seen Vigar Soraka lanes, and let me tell you how annoying that is. Let me tell you how annoying that is. Very, because I have not. Oh, might get the steal.
Here's a contest on the dragon. Blue team does get it. Now Convey's trying to run out, but Allfire gets the first kill. DeAndre Jarvan stuck in the pit, trying to run from Fat Jester, but survives long enough to get Buckby. But DeAndre Jarvan does go down. Now Allfire is trying to run down Ikazuchi with the Qs, but it looks like he made it under turret.
Honestly, you sacrifice that. Okay, yeah, as DeAndre Jarvan, you die, but that's 3 for 1 in a dragon. This goal lead has just ballooned to almost 3,000 as Mundo is trying to go in now.
Fight up in top lane. Mundo, they're just backing off there.
And again, the Vampiric Scepter for Graves and the Fleet Footwork is going to help us sustain in lane, so this lane will slowly be in his favor. And yeah, if like I said, if you're Monkeys, you don't need to gank this lane. He is winning this by himself. Just sit bot lane, make a little tent, make some s'mores, because this is where your campfire is going to grow, is this Cassiopeia. 3, 0, and 3, almost 100% KP, as she is going to be the main reason. Oh no, this goes in. A little emote just...
Yeah. That's all you could do at that in that moment.
Yeah, you tried. An attempt was made.
God. But yeah, gold-wise, every lane for Monkeys, every champion for Monkeys has a lead right now. It's such a good position to be in. Oh, there's the death charge onto Ikazuchi, who flashes out, and then
Ooh, good
Fat
pull.
Jester has to try to get out too.
And oh, Shockwave comes down mid lane.
Oh, Shockwave and the Unstoppable Onslaught, but now Trundle's there. DeAndre Jarvan's running down Convey. The autos are there. The slow, and Convey cannot get out.
Can't get out, but hey, that's a 1-for-1 trade. Yes,
Yep.
unfortunately, Victor does go down. Oriana takes it, but Oriana does not have the health to contest that wave. Trundle does have flash. He could auto her and flash on top if need be. As slowly gets some plates for himself. As here it comes, he got flash. Oh, he did burn flash. Okay, both burn flash, but that's fine. That means that's an opportunity time to gank next time.
Yeah, those flashes are not even. Buckby has got to watch out with how aggressive DeAndre Jarvan's been on the map so far.
And I want to thank production for showing the gold graph. Before that kill went over to Hecarim, Nautilus had the exact same amount of gold as Convey. That's
Oh.
not what you right. That's not what you want to see sub 10 minutes in the game. And as we're seeing, just like you mentioned before, every lane is just winning on their own. Trundles pay attention bot sides, pay attention mid, and I just feel like all fire on this Cassiopeia pick has this Varus and Rel's number. They just cannot do anything down there.
And like as far as champions in League of Legends as a whole goes, like 3-0-3 at 10 minutes, there's really very few that you would want more than Cassio in that position.
Yeah, I think there's only a few champions that you don't want to see. Yone, Yasuo, Katarina, maybe Viger, but
True.
Cassiopeia definitely jumps into that top tier of if they're this far ahead, you need to shut her down and essentially just put as many forces as you can to see if gank in the mid lane.
3-man gank in mid, and yeah, Chinese Spy just walks away.
And oh, Nautilus is here. I don't think too much will come out of it. Clear that vision control, but that was very smart by Chinese Spy. Knew that she was kind of playing a little aggressive, decided to back off the wave. Knew that Rel was missing. They might come mid as we see Trundle invading.
Hunting Convey. There's the pillar to deny the. Oh my god, the damage from the collateral damage.
And yeah, oh, that's just jungle tracking. Is Oriana needs to be careful. You don't have flash. Oh man, I think
Follow up on
Nautilus.
laser.
Nautilus probably didn't realize he was gonna land that laser, but I feel if he did, he could have possibly waited for Hex Flash to come over the wall and gank her. But again, you don't want to force anything. You don't want to give her extra gold where you don't need to. That's perfectly fine. As yeah, I just think whoever's doing the jungle tracking, either through DeAndre Jarvan or someone else being the shot caller, doing a fantastic job. Knew they was on the Raptors as a way for this Hecarim to get back in. As we see him getting tier, but already Divine Thunder for Trundle, so this damage is going to negate whatever you try and push his way.
Yeah, just item breakpoints. The two big completed mythics are DeAndre Jarvan and Allfire. So going into this dragon fight that's spawning in 10 seconds, monkeys have such a massive advantage.
Not to mention that Graves has 2 kills under his belt as well with that Dirk, so he's just going to be just poking out this Mundo and making him, well, all you are just a bloated minion at this point. You're just worth 300 gold. As the next second dragon comes down, that is Cloud and Infernal. As a third dragon, we're gonna get mountains again, baby. Let's go.
Really similar dragons in general to game 1.
Yeah, instead of Infernal, it was a Cloud, but again, you do not want Mountain Dragon on the side of monkeys. Trundle,
Yeah.
Graves, and
Oh,
Nautilus.
there's the Unstoppable Onslaught. Nautilus has tower aggro. Best Buy support gets pulled in by the Shockwave. And Convey goes down, but Best Buy support does as well.
Best Buy support does go down, so at least you get a little bit of gold back. But again, that's your jungler for support, so I feel you still take that trade for the side of little monkeys.
Yeah, especially for the positioning it gives that Buckby has to watch out so much in this mid lane. Chinese Spy is in such a good position and is just freely hitting the turret.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing really can stop them. I mean, now they're pinging the fact she got awards, so the Victor's going to back off. Trundle essentially gets free aggro to this Rift Herald. You have Prio top, and if they want to go for this Rift, they can, but you don't have the Onslaught of Shadows. You do have Magnet Storm, and it's been 13 minutes, and we have yet to see a Magnet Storm come out of Fat Jester.
They're going for it. This is close. All right, the Herald goes down, but the Relic hasn't been claimed. Pillar is on top of it. He's just running for it, whether or not he dies. There's the Magnet Storm coming through. Graves goes over the wall and then flashes back to the other side. DeAndre Jarvan finishes off Pupper, please. Fire, meanwhile, takes a 1v1 in bot lane over Ikazuchi. And now they are
Oh, the solo
running
kill
for it.
bot lane by Fire too.
Oh, that could not have gotten worse for Aftermath.
Yeah, no joke. Not only did you get 2 kills right there at a Rift Herald, you've gotten 2 towers. This Rift Herald should crack 2nd tier. And because Fire is so far ahead, you kill Ikazuchi on Varus, and the worst part, he burned Flash and Cleanse. So that is another free gank potential.
Oh, now here comes Convey in mid looking for Shrouds, gets into the bush. It's just absolutely so far ahead that Shrouds kills Convey. But now Fat Jester goes in, is taking a ton of damage. There's the Magnet Storm and the Shockwave. Best Buy support is running, but Buckbeat picks up the kill.
Little overzealous, but hey, you know what? The shutdown goes to Rel. That's fine. Okay, yeah, 2 for 1 for the side of Little Monkeys. But again, you pulled Varus up there. Who's gonna be on this bot wave? It's just gonna be Cassiopeia. You're giving the one person that's so far ahead solo farm and experience and allowing her to stack that Dark Steel with 7 stacks on it. Yeah, you're 8,000 gold ahead. Yeah, it's not even 20 minutes. Yeah, this is way out of control for the side of Monkeys.
Yeah, I was so worried going into that play. Like as soon as after that Herald fight, the bounties came up. But now we've got Convey coming into bot. Onslaught of Shadows goes wide. There's the exhaust onto the Hecarim. And yeah, Allfire is just safe.
And there's that grounded. You exhaust Hecarim, there's a grounded, Varus can't follow up, and Hecarim does not have the amount of sustain to keep up with a fed Cassiopeia, so he just has to back off. And yeah, essentially, like I said, you have to throw everything at this Cassiopeia to shut her down, but now the question is she too far gone to shut her down?
I feel like if they had let off with the chain of corruption from Varus, there was a way for that play to work. But once the Onslaught of Shadows went wide, yeah. All you can do is hope to be able to get out.
Yeah, there is not much you can do. That's a scary snake. And the second and third turret goes down. They're up 9,000 gold, 16 minutes in the game. And they have a dragon spawning in 55. If you're the side of Aftermath, I feel you just have to give this up and play for soul. I don't think you can contest this.
Yeah, I feel like contesting this third dragon is essentially just going all in. Like putting all your chips on the table for either you can win a fight and get back into the game, or you lose and the game's just over and you start talking about game 3 draft.
Yeah, because at this point, it's you either throw everything you have for a third dragon that doesn't mean anything, or you just scale up and, because here's the thing, right? Look at Graves' positioning. They've already said, no, don't back. They're going to throw everything here. That's a free inhib topside. And this is what you're going to do. You're pulling them away. Now they have to play to your tempo. So you don't even have to start this dragon up. Don't. Let them fall in. Let them fall in one at a time.
Oh, the hook lands onto Buckbeat. Shockwave catches Allfire, and Hecarim is on top of the Cassio. She kites him out. There's a double kill in the meanwhile. Trundle, DeAndre Jarvan's just running rampant on the backside. And Allfire managed to kite it out, and that might honestly just be game. The teleport's coming in onto this top inhib. They've got just caster minions, so they might not be able to take
It's a little over aggressive just because the recall timers are so short. It's 18 minutes in the game, but
okay, yeah, no, they're backing out.
Little overzealous. I appreciate the attempt, but again, I just said it. It's a third dragon. It's not soul. It's not elder. You give it up. You gave up 5 kills, a tier 3 top, inhib, and a tier 2 mid. You've essentially let them balloon the lead from 9,000 to another 4,000, so they're up 13,000 gold. At this point, unless you coin flip the elder or the baron, you just have to start, calm yourself down and focus on game 3.
And there's like the most outside of chances, like if because it's such an early inhib going down, the super minions are going to be constantly pushing more and more gold towards Aftermath. I would love to see anyone other than Mundo catching those
Yeah,
waves,
that
getting that
honestly,
money.
honestly, it should be Orianna because Varus is 0 and 4. It should be Orianna or Varus at this point. It
Yeah,
should not be Mundo because Mundo's a tank. Like you're already playing weak side as it was. You need to have one of these carries. Orianna does have 3 kills, so especially with Leandri's Shockwave, you can still do damage on her. So it needs to be one of them. Is Hecarim again 1-6 and 2. Convey just not having a spectacular series so far. Didn't do that well game 1 on Nocturne. Is not doing that well game 2 in Hecarim. And it's unfortunate just because I feel like they just had his number this entire time.
yeah. From the start, that Convey going for the level 4 full clear on the jungle, that Monkey's reading that and going for the aggressive play to take that fight, it feels like it's just been downhill from there.
Yeah, a little bit, and this Rift Herald should belong to them, so that denies any shutdown gold that they'll get in their pocket. And I think if you're the side of Monkeys, you just go bot lane. You don't need to go mid. They
Here
see
comes
the
the
heck of
depth charge onto Convey, who has to onslaught of shadows to safety.
that always feels bad, the Hecarim player. When you have to literally ult away, that feels bad. And again, you can just start Baron because Hecarim just used Onslaught of Shadows. He has no way to get in that pit.
Yep. And they have to send resources bot lane to try to stop
Yep.
Shroud. Oh, there's the flash in the Chain of Corruptions, and then the follow-up from Rel gets the stun. Exhaust comes in, Convey's there. It's 3-man onto Shrouds, and is getting away? Oh my god, gets the kill with the auto onto Fat Jester.
And the main difference is, well, he's got the Eclipse, he's got Fleet Footwork, he's got a little bit of healing reduction, and because you don't have a way to stop him from doing that, he constantly can just laugh in your face, auto attack, and move out. And oh man, that feels really bad.
All right, Convey finally completed their mythic.
Hey, let's go!
So we're
21
scaling
minutes
into
the game.
this.
Slowly scaling. It's like it's like that like a wooden roller coaster. It's really rough and shaky. You don't know if it's gonna hold together, but it's still holding. This is what they gotta hope for. You just gotta hope that it doesn't break down halfway through.
I gotta say, I love wooden roller coasters. I'm in the New York City area, so the Cyclone at Coney Island is so much
Oh,
fun for
gotcha.
how terrifying it is.
There is a roller coaster at Kennywood that my wife wants to go to. It's in PA, and yeah, they have a wooden roller coaster, and it definitely throws you about every which way. I do like roller coasters as well, but God, that thing is so like rough.
They are going for the Herald Nexus finish.
That should be one tower gone because Shelly's gonna break this.
Yep. Here comes the engage. Fat Jester goes in. There's the Onslaught of Shadows. Gets onto Allfire, but the hook from Nautilus pulls Hecarim back. Graves is cutting out Pupper, please. Best by support.
Oh,
okay, yeah, it did take out Convey. Ikazuchi went down 2 Chinese Spy. And yeah, it's just the Nexus going down. And that's game 2 for Literal Monkey's Water.
It was just too far ahead at that point. They had no way to stop it, and that was the main thing. Don't let.
Yeah, I don't even know what.
That.
Sorry, you cut out for a second, and then I heard the last second of what you were saying. If you could.
Stupid Lee Klein cuts it off. I was just saying that it was snowballing Cassiopeia. There's not much you can do about it. So
Yeah. 6-0 and 7 at the end of the game for Allfire. Just absolute monster. I can't see how many stacks were on the Magi.
She actually didn't even do the most damage in the game. That was actually Graves. Believe it or not.
I can kind of see it. He was sitting and right-clicking a Mundo all game long,
Yeah,
so there
that's
was
fair.
a lot of health bar to right-click
Yeah.
down.
That's a little skewed at the moment. It's Graves and Victor, but yeah, you just look at that Cassiopeia 6-0 and 7, and she had I think she had 10 stack Magi's at one point, 10 or 11 stack Magi's. So
Yeah.
it's just that's so rough. And I
Actually,
think
the damage that I wouldn't have expected looking at how things went is the Varus.
I didn't
Putting
expect that
out
either. Yeah,
pretty respectable numbers for feels like playing from behind the entirety of the game.
and yeah, exactly. And I think Ikazuchi did fine. It's just playing that lane is extremely rough, so I don't blame him at all. I think for Aftermath, you just need to calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
I think they had a very strong comp, right? But
Yeah.
the only time they were ever able to use it was that last fight we just saw, and at that
Yeah.
point it was too late. Uh, Unfortunately, Ori couldn't establish prio in mid. She couldn't rotate bot. Onslaught of Shadows and a Magnet Storm, or like you said, Chains of Corruption didn't land. So they never showed that multi-layer CC that I was hoping they would demonstrate, and um, I think it's there. I just think they just had a couple miscues that occurred.
But with that, we are going to throw it to a quick break. We're going to get into lobby, get set up. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 coming at you.
Welcome back to Game 3 between Aftermath Esports and Little Monkeys Water. As we just saw, Little Monkeys has jumped out to a 2-0 lead on Aftermath. Aftermath has chosen blue side for Game 3 as this is do or die for this team. You want to go Game 5. Maybe the reverse sweep is incoming, but based on what we've seen, they got to buckle down a little bit. So I'm going to ask you, Jeeves, do you think a reverse sweep is in the make for Aftermath?
Like they show these moments of being really solid, but
Mm-hmm.
like the last game was just a hard snowball, and like game one was just one or two decisions that went poorly and plays that monkeys made really well that turned the tide. But they are racing through draft.
And yeah, they did take away Trundle as I thought they might, but again, three jungle
Yeah.
bans. The Mumu is still up. They do pick the Corki. They feel like he was very comfortable on that pick. It's probably something that Buckby wants to play on. I don't think it was much of an issue in game one that we saw. So now for Monkeys, begs the question: do we see that Cassiopeia bot lane again, or is that just more of a spicy counter pick?
I think it's really interesting that monkeys kept the same red side ban. They feel like Nautilus was first pick priority after Aftermath showed that they
Dear,
liked
dear,
blue
dear.
side first pick Corky.
And that was one of the junglers that was banned game one and game two. So now it's gonna be
Okay.
interesting. DeAndre Jarvin gets one of signature Udyr pick as we see Zach being locked in. And again, there's that safe bot lane for Ezreal. So they have a little more comfort room down there. Maybe not gank heavy that we'll have been seeing games one and game two.
They are not giving themselves a whole lot that they can do in the early game. So I would almost like monkeys to grab like more of an early game comp to try to press and snowball like they did game two. But I don't think Kaisa is that.
I also look at their comp, and Aftermath needs a little bit of AD. I mean, you do have Corki and Ezreal, but again, they're both a little bit of hybrid in their own regards. So I do think they need some type. Maybe if you go Aatrox here for top side, or because if you do a tank, then you're being heavily reliant on Corki or Ezreal to get ahead at this point.
Yeah.
Whereas if you look at Little Monkeys, Ari and Kaiser do the exact same thing. And from what we have seen from their top laner, Hyde and Shrouds, I mean, he completely dominated game one with, or he didn't dominate game one, but he provided, that range top with Akshan. Game two, he popped off on that grave. So we'll be interested to see what they pick.
Uh,
As for Aftermath, they are saying that it's
it's a
a
karma ban.
karma ban, but it's not locking in.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. That might be just a draft bug with the timeout.
Possibly. It looks like draft is frozen for the teams as well.
Huh.
Yeah, because it's still showing 0.
I do really like the karma ban here. Giving a big AoE shield for this team would be super valuable, provide some poke. It's not like an AP threat, so I wouldn't want like a top lane karma, some shenanigans like that.
Yeah, I think it's smart as well. Just because you don't want a little speed up, right? Ezreal Corgi provides them safe opportunity. You can get them away. You can slow them down. So I think having utility support for that bot lane for Aftermath is something they want. It could be something that they don't want Fat Jester to play on, right? Game one, Fat Jester's on this Yumi. As we saw, Yumi was a huge problem for them. They tried to go on more of an engaged game two on the Rel, didn't exactly work out. So they're trying to take away at least one of the enchanters. They might want to bait the Yuumi in, but Yuumi and Ezreal isn't exactly the best in the bot lane. So we'll see if they want to pick something like a Soraka or possibly a Nami in the bot lane for Aftermath.
Apparently, draft lol as a whole is broken. Uh,
Is it?
yeah, we've got a bit of a delay in uh, draft here. I don't even know what the rules are for what to do. Do they go full
Oh
Zork and
yeah.
just do this in chat?
Yeah, I can't even. I'm trying to pull up the site right now, and I can't even pull up the site. They might have to use Pro Draft at this point. I've never seen this. This is actually crazy. Pro Draft works. So yeah, just
Uh,
yeah, they're gonna have to use Pro Draft. Yeah, that's I.
yep.
I've never. I'm gonna be honest. I've never seen it where low drafts actually went like that.
Yeah.
Um, so we'll get back into it in a second. That's really unfortunate. Um, but as far as most of the picks on screen, right? So
Yeah.
Corky, Zach, Ezreal. If you're Zach, you need some type of CC lock in the bot lane. Obviously, Zach by himself provides a large amount of lockdown in that kit.
Yep.
Kaisa, before pre-6, doesn't have exactly a way to escape from that, so she might take cleanse. But we'll have to look for the support from Literal Monkeys, whether they go to another engage like they did game 1, where they had Leona. Because it seems like for Best Buy support, they like to play these tanky support engages. Nautilus game 2, Leona game 1. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's another Leona game 2, or if they're trying to do the Zac, Alistar wouldn't be the worst for the support for the side of Literal Monkeys.
Yeah. I would love to see it, Alistar, honestly, with what they have so far. I just love Alistar as a champion. I feel like he doesn't get much love, but I think he works super well with Kaisa in ways that the other engaged supports do. That why people pick stuff like Nautilus.
Hmm.
Um, he's just a bit more all in and risky than champions like Nautilus. So you've gotta really commit to the plays.
As the draft goes on, and once we get back up to the draft, we'll let you guys know at home viewing what the picks are and what these bans are coming out. As okay, cool. The screen did get swapped over, so at least it's being shown right now as Little Monkeys
Okay.
again loses the first round ban. But yeah, just based on the competition so far, based on what we've seen, Monkeys feels confident going into this game 3. I feel game 1 was the closest we've seen so far. Obviously, game 2, Cassiopeia kind of snowballed hard out of control. But throw that out
Yep.
of your mind, because let's go back to that game 1. I think in my eyes, the point where Aftermath got back into that game was getting 6 kills in a dragon. I
Yep.
think the part they threw it was when Corky was bot side on the map and they tried to 4-man a Baron, which allowed Little Monkeys to then come back into the game. So I feel that if they don't force certain plays like that and just let it, scale out or take advantages, right? Capitalize on your opponent's mistake. That's where a large amount of this game comes into. I believe they'll be fine and they can come back in the series, but we'll have to wait and see. Do they stick with that mindset, or again, are they trying to force something where it shouldn't be forced?
I'm really curious to see what Aftermath goes for in top lane here, because I feel like what got them to a successful place in game 1 was Nocturne and Ornn were able to shut down the Akshan really successfully. I think the impact Shrouds had on the game was minimal, especially compared to the monster graves we just saw. Um, so, especially with picks that can be self sufficient, like Ezreal can play
Mhm.
safe depending on what support they give, what lane they choose to go into. Corky, uh, based on what we saw game 1, is probably going to be trying to play safe and just survive the RE. Um, I'm kind of hoping we see a top camp go for and try to win through that lane.
Oh, this monkeys are
Ooh,
having a little fun with that Pike support bot lane. And as we know, he
okay.
did get a recent, well, you can call it a buff, but Umbral Glaive, getting that little tick up that he needs. So I'm kind of excited for these pick potential that we'll see from them.
Yeah, Pike is one of those champions I am gonna be honest, I forget about so many times, but then he shows up on the Rift and feels just completely unfair. And we have Soraka Kale locked in for Aftermath.
Yeah, it's gonna be, Soraka. Kale is a hard skill champion.
Oh,
Like I said, their bot laner wanted to play these supports. Soraka was one I mentioned, so I do see that in the bot lane. The only worrisome thing about is again the support for Monkey's Water, right? Likes to
yeah.
play these engaged champions best by support. While it's not an engage, and the Yone. Ah, Okay, well, if you thought Graves was annoying, wait until you see Yone. I promise you he's worse. I absolutely promise you he's worse.
Yeah, I feel like the Kale is such a risky pick to blind. Since I mean, they're clearly looking to scale. Like Aftermath is uh, just trying to survive until level 11, level plus, pretty much, where Kale becomes a real champion, and then Ezreal Corki are gonna have one and a half, two items. The Monkeys Cup looks so much more fun to play.
Right, and the thing from TDA is Kale needs to hit that point, right? She needs to scale into that game, whereas Yone doesn't care about that. As soon as he
No.
hits 6, he just all ins you. So I would imagine he's probably gonna take Ignite and Flash. If he takes
Yeah.
Teleport, that's perfectly fine. That's not a issue by any means, but I feel a way for them to shut
Oh.
down this Kale early and often for him to take Ignite. And I do expect, and I 100% believe this, DeAndre Jarvan is just going to set up top lane, shut down this Kale, make sure she's not a champion. And after Yone gets maybe 1 or 2 kills in lane, he's just going to bounce, say, all right, my job here is done, run stun, job done, and then go to the other lanes.
Yeah, I've got such high expectations for this Udyr pick coming in, having been perma banned,
Yeah.
and DeAndre Jarvan still coming in and showing up really big in these last couple games.
Mm.
For the perma ban pick coming through, uh, I hope for some fun Udyr gameplay.
The only thing I worry from the side of Aftermath is their only engage is a Corki package
Yep.
and Zach. That's it. Like, they don't have anything else. But at the same side, right? I mean, Monkeys kind of has the same issue. Pike needs to land a hook. Yona needs to land his ultimate. Udyr does have stun, which wouldn't be too bad. But I feel if Kale gets ahead early, Kale will take this game into control. But if she falls behind and Yone stays ahead, then the game will go in Monkey's control.
I almost feel like Aftermath don't even want to engage. They want to just set up positioning, like ward their position and go
Mhm.
for and just try to poke out Monkey. If they can come into the at like level 11 where they want to their power points where they want to be fighting, if they can come into those even and just set up good positioning, have good timings on the objectives. Like with the picks they have, you don't really want to be Valkyrieing forward or like slingshotting forward. You kind of want to stay back and play safe and just fire rockets, fire mystic shots. Uh, Let the monkeys have to walk into the meat grinder that is level 11 plus Kale if she can get ahead or even just go even.
Right, and I think
Which,
that's gonna be the right, like you said, I think that's the main point of contention is they need to essentially stall this game out 20, 30 minutes. But you have to stall out long enough where you're not giving up an 8,000 gold lead as we saw in games 1 and 2. If you're
yeah,
behind 3,000 gold, that's fine. You're not behind because again, Kale will get to that late game. But if
yep,
you're behind where she doesn't have the items, Ezreal doesn't have items, those are two major hyper carries on your team. And from the side of TDA, Corki, Ezreal, and Kale can all carry the game by themselves. I've seen it multiple times. Each laner has
yeah,
their own unique strengths and weaknesses. But from the side of Monkeys, how we have seen uh, the picks come out from DeAndre Jarvan, especially with uh, Trundle game 2, and I'm trying to see who he played game 1, Amumu game 1. He's going to
yeah.
be in your face. And he's constantly going to be in your face. And giving him Udyr, have fun with a ghost that's just gonna keep popping you around like you're nothing but a sock and bopper. I mean, that's essentially what it's gonna be.
Yeah. I'm I'm really curious about this Yone top. I don't have the OPGG in front of me. I know Shrouds plays a ton of Akali, so Yone's in the same archetype. Like it matches the profile, like player profile. Uh
Toxic.
so I I've seen
Uh,
some of the Akali gameplay and it's pretty nutty. So I I'm looking forward to Yone things happening.
I still think I gotta take monkeys for game three, and I think it's gonna be a 3-0. Do you
Yeah.
think it's a potential run back? Oh, okay. I was gonna ask you maybe it was a run back from TDA, but if you're saying 3-0 and you agree with me, then I feel like we're on the same page.
If like I can definitely see Aftermath's idea in the draft. I can see that they definitely, if they can get to 15, 20 minutes, even or even just like a little bit behind, I totally see how they can win the game.
Mhm.
But like the Monkeys comp looks like so much more fun. And they have so many really powerful picks that like I think they got exactly what they want in every lane. Like they got the RE counter pick onto Corki that they're comfortable with. Um, they did blind the Pike, right? They picked the Soraka after that, but
Yes.
it's still similarly hook playmaking bot lane, and they're going to be looking to play hyper aggressive into this Ezreal Soraka. So they got it feels like they got really comfortable. They got what they want to do out of this comp. And so based on the last two games, I think monkeys are in a really good place for going for the 3-0 sweep.
Mhm. That I would agree with you there. I don't think there's anything that I could contest you with on that analysis.
But with that, we are going to let spectator delay count down. Don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it to a quick break for game 3.
And welcome back to Game 3 between Aftermath Esports and Little Monkeys Water. We see a 5-man invade coming out from Monkeys as they are trying to make it a clean 3-0 sweep in the wild card round. But they get spotted out by the ward early, that's foiling their attempts, as hopefully TDA want to come back in this series for a reverse sweep angle, as we see DeAndre Jarvie being allowed to play on his Udyr, and this will be the key decision maker of shutting down Pupper Please on this Kale to prevent that reverse sweep for Game 3.
I like the symmetry out of Monkeys for their keystones. The 2 lethal tempos and the 2 hail of blades.
I will say though, getting the Conqueror on Ezreal, I'm surprised he didn't take first strike as well. Because I mean, Corki can take it, Ezreal can take it and do some damage, extra gold out. But completely understand though, right? You want to survive that lane phase. As we see Chinese Spy, that early electrocute W, what we saw from Game 1, be taken for Game 3.
Yeah, so far that looks exactly how Chinese Spy played Game 1. So I expect we're in for some deja vu.
The interesting point is Udyr and Zac will be full clearing on the same side of the map, so we should see them fight over the scuttle right around 3:15. So now the point is, which side is going to have priority from top and mid? Yone should have priority top, but for mid lane, it's kind of evenly matched between Corki and Arby, as Corki does have the level advantage.
I believe Udyr has, yeah, no, it makes total sense. Udyr has advantage in the full clear speed. Some nice trading by Buckby in mid, and Shroud has a level advantage, so pushing Pupper Please out. But Udyr should make it to the Scuttle Crab at level 4, well before Convey. Advantage in topside should go to Monkey.
The advantage should go to Monkey just based on the clearing speed that Udyr has. He's already 245 and red buff, so he could theoretically, if he wanted to, take Krugs and then go to Scuttle, which more than likely he probably will, just based on his clearing speed. That is what he's doing, so he will have the tempo and the level advantage by the time that Zac gets to that Rift Scuttle.
Chinese by just mistiming the charge and throwing it into a minion instead of hitting Buckby there.
We see typical's top side. We knew that Kale is very weak early. That's just how her champion is designed, because if she was strong early and mid and late, well, that's just not fair for anyone that plays against that champion, as we do see Udyr taking the top scuttle, and Zac is still taking blue and Grump. So Udyr should be able to double scuttle the Zac.
They are hunting for Convey in here. All right, nice positioning on the recall. Figuring that they would go for the invade and getting away safe is going to get double scuttled. Or at least should.
She'll get double scuttled, and the other point to note is in the mid lane, even though Corki had the level advantage, Ahri does have the CS advantage, as Yone just misses knocking her up, but that's fine, goes back, and he feels perfectly safe with that Doran's Blade and just slowly whittling down this Kale over time.
Yeah, Kale, I believe it looks like is out of corrupting potion charges. So that's gonna get worse.
Yes,
The
it
next
is.
couple seconds.
And Zac, interesting. Okay, so he recalled, walked bot lane, skipped Krugs as here comes the gank bot side.
The dash in for Best Buy support does run into Convey. The silence lands, but the snare didn't.
He misjudged his slingshot, and then after the slingshot, he misjudged his Q and couldn't reel him back in. We see Yone essentially, again, just slowly whittling this Kale. This is how you play that lane.
Oh, the root lands onto Best Buy support, but does get out with the dash. They are... This is just a tri-lane for both teams.
And DeAndre Jarvin is kind of tempting him, saying, all right, cool, that's fine, waste your time. I know I'm up 14 CS, which, if you're thinking about it, it's 4 CS per camp, so 14 CS. Oh, Yone should be able to kill First Blood, yep. That's the dangerous spot of Yone. That's how strong he can do it. And the worst part is, he didn't even have to expend Fate Sealed, so he still has that available next time he teleports topside.
And he did take teleport, importantly. I could definitely see what you were saying about Ignite being the play. But yeah, I guess just the map rotation options. But here comes Zac with a slingshot into bot lane. Gets all fire, has to flash out, but gets pulled back by the Zac Q. Best Buy support goes invisible. They are desperately trying to get out. And here's a flash or a teleport in by Shrouds. Flashes forward. There's the Fate Seal. Gets Ikazuchi. Is about to snap back. Can't get Fat Jester.
And unfortunately, just does not work. And Zac went to go in, but as soon as they both burn flash, he kind of had to give it up, especially after you're exhausted. They're tracking the Zac
There's
down.
the W. Zac's got 50 health. Best Buy support's hunting him down. Goes for the Ignite. All right, Zac's into the passive. Fat Jester is there trying to support, but if Best Buy support gets 3, it doesn't get the 4th blob and goes down. And Upper Plays got executed.
Uh-oh. we just call that an oopsie. That's all that is, you know. Oh, why'd you have to zoom in on her? She's already dead. Oh, she's already dead. She has a family. Oh, well, maybe that's why she's a lesser sister of Morgana. Sorry, I like Morgana more than Kayle. That's just my personal preference. Anywho, yeah, just unfortunately, Pupper Please gets dies to the turret, does not get any plates, so that is a free teleport for Hide and Shroud's bot side. It actually picks up the kill as they go up 700 gold as the first dragon, which is Infernal, goes over to the side of Literal Monkey's Water.
Every single game so far, second dragon has been Cloud. That's very weird to me.
Yeah, every game is Cloud. You know what, maybe it's scripted. Who knows? Maybe it'll be Cloud and then it'll be Mountain again. What do you want to bet? I'll
get the perfect remake of Game 1.
Pretty much, yeah. I'll say it's Mountain Game 3, and if it's not Game 3, then I'll think of something. I got a couple minutes.
We'll get a fun one in Game 4, right?
Sure. Yeah, we'll say that.
I like the roam by Best Buy support coming up top, trying to apply pressure to Pupper Please, who just who had ticked over to level 6 to get the ranged autos.
Yeah, just kind of hovering in case he wanted to go in with Fate Sealed again, and therefore he has the counter gank. But yeah, it's just, again, you look at the CS difference, you look at the lanes, and this, again, Hide in Shrouds being a main point of contention for this top lane. Did not have a great one on Akshan, but that's fine. Had a great game 2 as Graves, and is continuing that series with a great start to game 3 on this Yone.
So far, just a 1,000 gold lead for the Monkey. But getting a 1,000 gold lead just purely off of farm and 1 kill advantage has got to feel good for them.
Yeah, and it should. I mean, right? Game 1 was kind of what we talked about too. It was very back and forth. Game 2
Shroud's going in, gets the knockup, gets the combo, gets pulled back. Now DeAndre Jarvan joins the fight. There's the Fate Seal, dives under the turret. The kill saves her life. There's the wish from Soraka, and now DeAndre Jarvan's walking out. Slingshot goes wide, and the Q from Zac misses.
That's the problem, is you're going a little too deep. I understand you want to kill her, but there is Fat Jester. Soraka does hit level 6, has that wish, and keeps her healthy. On top of that, you have Divine Judgment. You can't deal any damage. So that is a nice shutdown coming over from the side of Aftermath. The only problem is that did go to the Zac.
Yeah. That looks so obnoxious to play into. Like, you think you're getting things done, you're getting your combo off, but then all those ults come through to just completely shut it down.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too good. I mean, Zac does have that 150 gold shutdown, so he's feeling pretty good 2-0. But again, we saw this in game 1 where, yeah, game 1 Nocturne was doing fairly well, but it's gonna, transfer that lead to his other lane. So he essentially needs to push that to the mid or bot lane. We see him go in.
Slingshot comes in, hits all fire, who ults out. Best Buy support gets under the turret, goes invisible, goes for the pull, and doesn't predict right on the Ezreal shift.
Good killer instinct out from All Fire to escape. That barely had her. As again, that's the correct movement you had to do, right? You burned down a major escape point for this Kai'Sa, so her flash is up, so she will be able to escape. But you have to look at what they have summoner spells wise, right? Exhaust and Ignite, they do not have heal. So if you have some way of cutting it off, dealing with additional damage, she can't sustain in that lane. As Zach goes again mid, and essentially Convey just barely missing out.
Shroud's going for pupper, please. All right, no all in that time. Fate Sealed was still on cooldown. Oh. Meanwhile, Chinese Spy just got Buckbeat. I corrected
That's
camera did not show what happened there.
So Buckbeat overstayed. That's 100% an easily avoidable death. He had no mana and a quarter health, and he is trying to fight against an Ahri that has Spirit Rush as well as Charm and Flash. So he stays in lane, gets hit by the Charm, and essentially gets all in for free. When he could have just played safe and then teleported back to lane, but now he just lost out on a plate and an entire wave. And again, I think that's a little not over-aggression, but that's just gotta play more safe inside of Buckbeat. You don't want a prevention of game 2 again. It's already getting that solo kill. She's already up in CS. She's up 300 gold on you, which is essentially just that kill by itself. So yeah, you know, just a slight misplay. Oh, unfortunate.
Valkyrie out.
And this dragon is up, and this dragon's about to go live, so they want to fight over it, but
Got a 3v3 here in mid with the jungle mid and support from both sides. True Shot Barrage flies through and does a good amount of damage to Best Buy Sport, who gets the pull back onto Ikazuchi. The Kai'Sa W lands. There's the first kill of the fight. Best Buy Sport gets the death from below. But now Chinese Spy is split off from the rest of the team. The wish comes through. DeAndre Jarvan is in the middle of the whole Aftermath lineup. And the slingshot in from Convey, the flash in, and the Zackle.
Here's the issue, though. Hidden Shrouds was not in that fight. He is in there now. So will he use a Fate Unsealed? He has the angle. Misses.
Fate Sealed is just in the middle of nowhere. And then quirky auto follows the snapback.
Oh, man. It's these tiny little miscues that we're seeing from both sides. And again, Ikazuchi did not respect the pike damage or the stun, as Ahri, has to use that Spirit Rush to get out of there. But again, he had Flash, he had Cleanse. He sees the hook coming, you just essentially just has to flash it out, give it up. But he gets hooked backwards, then he flashes, tries to get away with Cleanse, doesn't cleanse the stun, and instantly goes down. So that was one kill over. And again, Hidden Shrouds had the angle, misses the Fate Unsealed. The auto kill, or the auto from Corki follows him, kills him. Udyr goes down, now you don't have Dragon. Fantastic slingshot flash by Convey to knock him up over. So you essentially just got a 3-for-1 for the side of Aftermath and a dragon. And the third dragon is a ocean, so it's not a mountain. At least it's not a mountain this game. But yeah, these are these small little opportunities that I was talking about.
And I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of Convey's Zac this game. Shroud's going in, getting him just massive amount of damage onto Pupper, please.
The main point is that they both burn teleport. So Hidden Shroud is about to get a large amount. Yeah, Pupper, you kind of have to back. You have to sacrifice this wave because you do not. You won't be able to contest him. He's essentially out damaging you. So, unfortunately for Pupper, I think he can all in you. Yeah, you still have your Divine Judgment, but I feel like you just kind of have to play safe.
They're waiting on that. They're trying to make it until the wish cooldown comes up, which is almost there. Okay, Herald's going down bot.
It shouldn't crack the tower just yet, but they're all there, so it's not a big deal. So we'll go down and yeah, okay, Kale. He's just gonna allow Kale to farm up as Yone is essentially just trying to get this scuttle mid away from the Zac, but I feel like if you're hiding Shrouds, you just stay top. You put the pressure on Kale because the more you allow her to sustain in this lane, the more you allow her for the game to continue on, she's gonna be getting stronger.
Yep. With the Oh, got a gank in mid. Best Buy Sport comes in, gets the pull back. Corki does flash.
Yep.
Okay.
Good hold by Best Buy support. Was waiting for him to burn the Valkyrie before he decided to use his Bone Skewer. So great job holding that ability. Reads it, pulls him back, burns the flash. That's exactly what you want out of your support.
But yeah, like you were saying, I'm surprised Shrouds went for the scuttle with just how much prio, how aggressive he's been playing in top, and honestly how much of a lead he got from playing that aggressive, except for that one play where he got shut out by
That's
the
math.
global
That's,
ults.
yeah,
Uh,
but yeah, you look again. He's giving her this wave. Now she gets essentially a free recall on this. And unless they dive her, that's which they can't now because she's under her tower. You've given her almost 3 full waves when you could have forced her out of lane, pushed her all the way back. Okay, yeah, let me look at his E. I forget what his E is called at the moment. You go in with Soul Unbound and Fate Unsealed. Even if you don't kill her, you push her completely out of lane, so that way it sets up a dive attempt with your flash because she has to burn Divine Judgment. But again, that's just kind of reading the matchups and knowing what angles you have to do to push your lead further ahead. But that's fine. Kale getting now Blade of the Ruin King. Gonna help out with that self-sustaining as we see both Shield Bow coming out for Yone and Turbo Chem Tank coming out for this Udyr. So he's gonna be a very speedy bear.
oh, Corki just cleared through the minion wave, and Convey didn't have anything to pull Chinese Spy back with. Did get the Spirit Rush onto cooldown though.
They get Spirit Rush on cooldown, so at least you got something out of it. 50 seconds before this Ocean Dragon, 26 seconds before the next Rift. So now it comes to the point of, do you trade objectives or do you try and force a team fight on this dragon?
Oh, Shroud's going in this the dash in from Yone. They do pop both the shield bow shield and the divine judgment.
Right? But now that's exactly what I was talking about. That's how you have to play this matchup out. You want to get that Divine Judgment so you can essentially solo killer as he goes over the wall with Fate Unsealed, but he's not going to be able to clean up this Kale top side. Or will he? No, doesn't.
Meanwhile,
But
the
both
rest of everyone is posturing around Dragon. Corki has the package. They're dodging out these charms.
both top laners both burned their ultimates and flash, so both of them will not have this fight as we see Zach looking for potential angle.
Kale gets the first teleport, and Convey's in on the backline, gets a nice knockup onto both Pike and Ari, who flashes over the wall. Or no, Spirit Rushes over the wall.
Yone's trapped.
Buckby gets Shrouds, who teleported in, and yeah, now the monkeys have to run for it. Ezreal's throwing out damage, and it looks like Shrouds is the only casualty.
And again, that's just so unfortunate. They had the prio, and this is where that convey on Zach comes into play. That's where Buckby on Corki scaling up. And again, even though Ezreal's 0 and 2, you have 3 hyper carries. You have Kale, you have Corki, and you have Ezreal. Kale is not at that level yet, just like Hassen needs to scale up. Corki is hitting his power spikes. As soon as he gets Luden's, which it looks like he might be going Luden's Echo as his next item, that splash damage is gonna be insane on top of all the packages. As yeah, you look, they just out poke him in those fights. Pike has to go in. It's like you mentioned, they have to go into this team. And when you have Wish that can constantly heal everyone up, you essentially have a mobile ambulance on steroids. You're feeling confident going into this game 3 and essentially turning the series around.
We actually got, I just noticed, monkeys, we have 4 Grievous Wounds items coming out so far. 2 Executioner's Callings on the Pike and the Yone, Bramblefest on DeAndre Jarvan, and Oblivion Orb coming out of Chinese Spy. So they are really trying to shut down this Soraka.
The only issue is since no one is building Leandri's, she can cleanse all of the anti-heal. But we'll see. Convey maybe is caught out here.
Convey gets caught. The nice stun lands. The Kaisa damage comes through, but Convey is so tanky.
On top of that, I had the nice Guardian proc from Fat Jester being in range, and that's an Ignite down for Best Buy support as, again, that's where the Soraka Enchanter bot lane comes into play. This is what Fat Jester likes to play on, likes to play these safe carries, make sure my teammates are alive, don't care if I die, as we slowly see Zach going in for second engage.
Slingshot pulls in all fire. Oh my god, and the missile damage is so big.
Man, these missile barrages are slowly hurting. We see Udyr maybe trying to go on a flank, but he will be spotted out by that ward. He's just
And
getting
this is
such a food
really
dummy.
we're at 21 minutes. Everyone from Aftermath is level 11, level 12, and they're only down by 1,000 gold. This is exactly what we said they wanted to do. This is the game state they were looking for from Champ Select.
Yup, and that's what was exactly what we predicted. As long as you're not down over 3,000 gold at 21 minutes, you are in your wheelhouse, you're scaling, you are doing everything you need to do for this game 3 and essentially go to a game 4. And so far they have proved that. They're only down 1,000 gold, that's fine. Kayle will essentially just do auto damage by herself as we slowly see Best Buy support. He has to go into that team, and if you can't go into that team, that champion will fall off. So, especially when you have a nice little Wish as your little pocket ace pick. So, Yone might kill her, but yeah, no, it just can't. It's at the point now where you can't kill her.
Yep. I like the little bit of just calmness almost from Shrouds going for the trade, but not diving under turret with the Fate Seal. Like, he knows at this point he's gotta save the cooldown for a more impactful moment, because the Wish is gonna come out, the Divine Judgment's gonna come out. So like, no more solo dives.
Nope, that's just a nice little free tower and solo. He might pick it up as almost 2k gold lead for the side of Little Monkey Waters, or Little Monkey's Water, excuse me. But, you know, not a big problem. Zach is 3-0-2. You also have Corky at 3-1-0. Zach is picking up, trying to build a Spectre's Cowl. I imagine now will be a Spirit Visage, because not only does that help you get health back, increase health from your Bloblets, but thanks to Ahri, there'll be some point of damage, but the main thing is just healing yourself up with your Bloblets. DeAndre's looking for an angle. Dragon is not up for 50 seconds. So what they're trying to do now is take this scuttle for extra vision and then establish basically vision control, something that they kind of were lacking in game 1.
Big one comes out, chunks a quarter of Chinese Spy's health. Corky did finish the loot, so that damage is real.
Yep, slowly walking in together. No one get caught out. There comes the Yone teleport bot lane. Kayle needs to respond. Kayle needs to teleport this. They have the numbers advantage.
So this is something I've been wanting to see out of Shrouds, basically this whole game. Being proactive with the teleport, getting the first teleport down to try to make the play rather than waiting and reacting. Because when he comes in later, he hasn't really been that impactful. Pike pulls in Kayle. There's the package coming in. The Let's Bounce comes out. All Fire's already down. The shield bow gets popped onto Shrouds, who's in there. Does get taken out. Pupper Please gets that kill. Now Udyr is running for it. Chinese Spy is trying to make a break for it. Only has one charge on the Spirit Rush, but that looks like Aftermath is taking the dragon and taking the win.
And that is how you played that fight. Perfectly executed. With Corky package, you go right down the middle, you split them up. You have Convey pick one side of that river where they get split up, either bot or top. Because the Corky package comes in, the Kaisa and Pike are both slammed against the wall. Zach is engaging top side. They just clean up the fight, and that's a big flash out Chinese Spy. And Udyr, that's the wrong neighborhood, my man. You're not supposed to be there.
Yeah, you cannot just walk like that.
You are disrespecting this Kayle. She is level 13. This Corky will deal true damage. This Ezreal will deal true damage. You are disrespecting. And now is not only soul point, and this is where the soul point comes into play. If you're the side of Aftermath, you easily have enough damage to take down Baron. So basically, in the next 4 minutes and 9 seconds, unless something immediately pops off, you can just have everyone go to Baron when the dragon spawns and just force through sheer numbers.
Slingshot comes in. The damage is coming out of all fire really strong. True Shot Barrage flies through, but it's a zoning alt.
Yeah, a little bit of zoning out. But yeah, you look, they're up 1,000 gold, 25 minutes, and this is the point that we talked about in this pregame draft phase. Literal Monkeys needs to be ahead extremely hard. You can't be even with them or slightly ahead. As we see Clovey trying to go in, but I mean, Convey is a big tanky boy. You will not be able to take this Zac down easily. You need help.
And he does have his passive up, so it's not even particularly scary in that end.
Corki gets charmed, but I mean, oh, she took 2 rockets to the face. That's not something you want.
The dive in, here goes the all-in for Shrouds, gets the Divine Judgment and snaps back.
Yep, but hey, that's a ult for ult. Granted, oh, here goes their deer.
Clear comes in,
Gotta
there's
burn
the
flash,
blue
you gotta
smite
burn
for the
flash, you
slow,
gotta burn
Wish
flash.
comes down.
Oh, okay. Proved me wrong. Held it.
Oh, the flash in from Shrouds, going for it. Takes a couple tower shots and has to go out. Now here comes Corki with the Valkyrie. There is the shield though. Dodges out from the first big one, dodges out, but you can't dodge an auto attack. Buckby goes on a rampage, and now DeAndre Jarvin's running for it. It's like he is out.
But the important thing is, while they did get the Yone, they got the flash out of Buckby and Pupper Please. So this could be a potential flank angle for the Pike to essentially shut them down and potentially look for a Baron contest.
Man, Ocean Dragon is so good for Aftermath here. The fact that they've got 2 and they're looking for 3.
Oh, good predict.
Nice pull in by Best Buy support, and there's a lot of damage coming out on Mizuguchi, but none of the damage dealers are there to finish it off.
All Fire really wanted to go in, but Ikazuchi landed the 1-2 combo on top of her and eliminated almost half her health, so she could not follow up. And like I said, as the game starts to go in these later phases, Corki, Ezreal, and Kale are just going to be pumping out damage in their own rights as the Kraken Slayer finally gets picked up, and now she's going to start turning online.
Cool. The other character that's starting
up
to get
on 20.
Yeah, this should be a big fight one way or another. Whether it's literal monkeys going in and trying to stop it, or Aftermath just putting themselves on a clear path to winning the game.
Good dodge out of Ezreal, predicted it. But yeah, like I said, they have to stop it. Ocean Soul on any of these champions is so hard to deal with. It doesn't matter if you have anti-heal or not. It's just ridiculously hard to essentially burst them down in fights. So if you're the side of Aftermath, I feel like you should have someone clear out that pit. Have 2 or 3 on it. Maybe you have 1 on Dragon side. And just force them to come into you. You have a stronger team fight. You've been proving that time and time again. Let them come into this Baron pit and essentially split them up with Corki package.
Shroud's getting jumped by the entire enemy team. Tries to use the Fate Sealed to dip from there, but just got pulled back.
And he's down for 42 seconds. This Dragon's up in 15. That's absolutely crucial for the side of Aftermath.
Yeah, the literal worst time to get caught. So now there's no way to contest this dragon. Yeah.
Yep, and they're
not
going
gonna jinx it again.
Side. No, they're not going to. They're going to give it up. They know that it's not worthwhile because they still have an Elder they can flip. They still have a Baron they can flip. Just give this up. Not a big deal. But you should go to Baron. You have Corki package. He's not up for 12 seconds. Ari's topside. Just rotate over to Baron. Force them to come into you.
They are choosing to reset instead. Interesting.
I just feel like it's a missed opportunity because that Corki package essentially is going to split this entire team apart, and now he's using the Corki package. They want to get this Ari.
Okay. Spirit Rush is up. Flash is up. There's Corki though. Oh my god. Almost 100%. That was like 50% health bar with just the one big one, but the flash in from DeAndre Jarvin. There's stopwatch out of Corki. Teleport coming in from hiding Shrouds. But Chinese Spy is the first one to die. Zac takes a tower shot. Buckby gets shut down. This is starting to go Monkey's way. flash out from the Ezreal, from Fat Jester. Allfire gets a kill. Oh my god, a double kill and another shutdown for Allfire. Convey gets sent into the passive and getting taken out. Allfire gets the triple kill. And Pupper Please wasn't in that fight at all.
He was not. That's what I was talking about. The late rotation. You're essentially chasing after one kill. Great job. You got Ari, but you sacrificed literally your entire team for it. And Kale can clean this up. If she plays this correctly, she can 1v3. She needs to have faith, but she doesn't. Oh, you have Divine Judgment. You can clean this up.
And she even hit level 16 farming these jungle camps.
You have Executioners, the Blade, Kraken Slayer. You know they just burned everything. He does not have Fate Seal. Does not have Kill Instinct. Yes, she has Exhaust. Doesn't matter. You deal true damage on Kale every third auto attack. So I feel like that's just, you know, a small missed opportunity from the side. But you see that gold graph was in their favor and just completely chunked down for the side of Monkeys. And again, this is what I was talking about. The small miscues and misplays. We saw it game 1 around Baron, and the same thing. Might as well call this team Dignitas because the same thing has happened in game 3.
So Allfire completed their loot. So this Kaisa poke is really starting to come online and start feeling potent.
Yeah, and you also look at Ezreal's item, still hasn't gotten that mythic yet. Went for the Reaver's 3rd item, which is not a bad item. He just, you know, you don't need to get 3rd item mythic on Ezreal. You can wait till 4th potentially. So that's what he wants. He essentially wants to pump out and do as much damage as possible while slowing them in the process. Both him and Corki will, well, at least Ezreal right now will slow his Shrelders. I don't know if Corki will pick up the item or not, but wouldn't be the worst idea.
Convey charges the slingshot, does get DeAndre Jarvan, pulls him back to a minion, but there's no follow-up.
And on top of that, they're playing this correctly. Oh, Ezreal damage. And that's where that Ezreal damage comes into play late game. And they're trying to do a 1-3-1, but again, it's very difficult because they do have that Kale. Hey, at least you get a tower, you get some gold back in your pocket. But here's the main point. 2 minutes and 35 seconds. This is Elder. This is where the entire game up to this point can be completely decided by one single dragon.
Oh my god. Up until that Baron, I was ready to say it was looking so Aftermath favored. Fight going in their way, now the gold going their way. It's the stats from the Ocean Dragon, the healing, even just the passive healing that's not from the soul, the 7.5% missing health healing, the poke from Aftermath is gonna be so obnoxious. And I feel so like it's, even though the gold graph is going one way, I still think Aftermath has the advantage stat wise, but it's gonna be so close, and it's gonna come down to just the vision control and pure outplays who can do what.
Yeah, and the one thing that is important to note is Corki will have his package online for this Elder fight. So his package is up in 50 seconds. Elder is not up for 1:20. So the main thing Buckby needs to do is essentially wait until about 35 seconds. Recall back, pick up package, teleport to that control ward that you see at Raptor Pit, let them start Elder, and if they don't, then force it with the package downriver, split them apart like you just did in one of the dragons. I think it was the 3rd dragon they did. And you essentially win that fight, you get Elder, and you can end the game. But this is going to be on Buckby to time that correctly. Do not pick this up too early, which is up in 16, that's what he's waiting for. But again, you don't want to pick this up too early.
Man, it's
And I think that's what
scary.
he's doing, and I'm not a big fan of that. Don't do it. You gotta wait. He's picking it up. Okay, 35
Yep.
seconds, that's fine. Watching this Corki right now because he still has special delivery, but right now it's a quarter gone. It's a quarter gone. Dragon's enough for 25 seconds. So you have a little bit of time. Yone is topside. So is Kale. I feel like if you're Kale, you should instantly teleport down. Soraka is not there. She's literally waiting just to hit R for Wish. Half down on
Jeez.
package.
Oh, Shrouds loses the shield bow shield in a trade. That's solidly so hardcore going in Pupper Please way. Now the kill hit level 18.
Package is 3/4 of the way down. They need to start it now. You need to force this now.
Chinese spy got a
Package is
little
almost
close.
gone. Package is gone in 6 seconds.
Looking for it. There it goes. Package in onto the pike. There's the let's bounce. Kaisa is down. Ikazuchi gets the kill. Aftermath is chasing down Best Buy support and Chinese spy. A big one comes through. Shrouds didn't teleport in, but is around no one. And that's a
That's a free
3
elder.
for 0 and an Elder
That's a
Drake.
free elder. The problem is they were completely split. They had to force the fight, so Corki packages up. Allfire tries to go in and assassinate with Killer Instinct. The problem is you have no follow-up because Pike and Ari are split from the team. Udyr essentially tries to go in and help. He can't do anything. So Udyr falls down, Kaisa falls down, Pike falls down, and well, that's what happens when you're ahead and you have Wish on a stick as well as Cloud Drake. Or Ocean Drake, excuse me. And they should be able to end this game. Just force it.
Yeah, they are
Should be
going
down.
in. Chinese spy. Yeah. Flashes out, but the Elder Burst absolutely murders her.
Yep. Just stay focused, get these 2 towers, make sure Ari stays in the back line with Ezreal, and just keep poking him out.
First tower goes down, second tower goes down.
That should be game.
And there's the Fate Seal diving in. Shrouds gets out, but the Nexus doesn't.
That's how you do it. That's how you force the game forward, just like that.
Out. I mean, I don't think Monkey's played as aggressive, other than top lane. Obviously, Shrouds was diving in every moment he could. But this is where we finally saw some cracks in the DeAndre Jarvan game plan. That like the permaband Udyr didn't look as impactful as even the Amumu from game one. And I think I don't know if Buckby got advice on the matchup, but mid lane Chinese Spy didn't have the advantage on the RE over the Corki that they did in game one.
Not at all, and I think that comes down to the jungler interaction as well.
True.
Excuse me. Because game one, we saw Mumu constantly, counter ganking and getting back in this lane for Chinese Spy. But even then, the stats from game one, Ari only had 2 kills. So that wasn't even anything too impressive.
Huh.
Whereas Buckbeat did have 6. 6, 2, and 6 game one on for this Corki, 2, 4, and 12 on Ari. So that was more of like an Ari support type lane. The entire game was around DeAndre Jarvan just holding everyone in place, and Ikazuchi and Gwen just couldn't do anything. Whereas you fast forward to game 3, now Corki again 7, 2, and 7. Ari 1, 2, and 1. You have 2 kills out of your 8. That's a 25% chance, but you have 19 on the opposition. Corki is involved in 14 of it. That's almost a 66% interaction chance for KP. So you're right around 60%. So that just shows that Buckby is very confident. So going into the next game, uh, I feel like you have to ban away this Corki. They didn't do that in game one. They didn't ban it. They banned Kane and Nautilus. Game two, the game they actually snowballed out of control, they took away Corki. So
Yep.
I'm curious, game three, if you again go back to your game two bans and ban out that Kane and Corki.
Do you think the Zac is worth a ban? I feel like Convey really came online this game and looked an absolute menace.
I think you can leave it up. I think the reason why it was such a main issue is because they banned Trundle in the first 3 bans.
True.
So if TDA goes that route, where they do Shyvana, Wukong, and Trundle again, right? You need some sort of jungler to stop. Zac Trundle obviously has Pillar to prevent that. If you're looking at another jungler to stop that, you can do Sejuani. Zac comes in, Sejuani can essentially get out of it or just wait for him to come in and just CC him to death. There's still opportunities to prevent that, but I think the main point of contention is this Corki pick and the Soraka.
Yeah, I fully expect to see Corky hit the ban list. I
Hmm.
wonder if uh monkeys choose blue side since that worked super well for them in game 2 and it allowed them to get the prio pick. It felt like their draft was a bit more confident and they had a definite plan for game
Right.
2 of
Right.
that blue side.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see though.
But with that, we're going to throw this to a quick break, get the lobby set up. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have game 4 of Aftermath versus Literal Monkeys Water coming up soon.
Welcome back to Game 4 between TD Aftermath and Little Monkeys Water. We saw Aftermath bounce back in Game 4 and make it a 1-2 series as we did predict correctly. Kane and Corky being banned from the side of Little Monkeys, picking blue side as they will instantly lock in that Nala, something we saw in Game 2, possibly another Cassiopeia Nala spot lane, as Aftermath has instead chosen to ban Trundle, Shyvana, and Wukong. So it'll be interesting if Aftermath wants to do, or sorry, if Monkeys wants to do that bot lane again. And if they do, does Aftermath have an answer?
I'm hoping if that's their game plan, I'm hoping that their mid laner can play the Cassiopeia, so the flex is viable. And I actually do really like Cassiopeia into the Zac for the grounding, so it
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't be a bad pick here.
Yeah, if you have vision of where he's jumping, you throw that grounded, he just has to walk out and go, all right, well, I'll try again, whatever my CD. And there's the Lulu. Okay, so that's the first time I've seen it in the series. Lulu is
Okay.
an annoying support. I absolutely hate it with her polymorph because as soon as you try to engage on her in any type of bruiser or melee, she just says, yeah, no, cute bunny, hop around a couple seconds, and then we'll see how you're doing then. And by that time, it's usually too late. So we'll see what Monkeys drafts in response for their bot lane.
Time is ticking down.
Ooh,
Okay.
okay.
I am a big Lilia fan myself. Um, I think I think she's actually a really good pick because she has a fast jungle clear. She does a ton of damage and she gives massive team fight utility. And I think the games have been so far. I mean, the massive snowball of game two aside, the teams that have come out ahead in these games are the ones that have the better team fight comp.
Hmm.
Um, so I really like taking the there.
And the fact that they picked Caitlyn Nala, so obviously Caitlyn is one of those champions that because of her range, she can poke you out in lane. So that might be an angle they want to play against. Uh,
Yeah,
I would expect Lilia to be in the jungle, but I have seen her thrown top side as well, so that could potentially be a flex pick, as we do see the
true.
Ezreal as a safe pick for the side of Aftermath, looking to essentially play back as well with Ezreal, very safe farming. As we see as the next round, Akali again being taken away. Now for top laner, do you take away Graves here potentially?
They banned it
Interesting. They took away
in
Breacher.
game three, so the Graves is open, especially with
Okay.
Lily being on the field. That does enable the like potential
Ooh, Vex.
utilities.
Okay.
Ooh,
But Ari was banned, so I don't know if he'll have many dashes from the side of Monkeys. I mean, it's kind of interesting. So we'll see what the
I
fourth and fifth round are.
I don't know what does well into Vex. I guess the dashless champions is the idea since that's what Vex's kit is built around. So something like Cassiopeia or
Okay, so it should
Scion.
be Scion top.
Yeah.
Oh god, if it's the inting Scion type angle, I'm gonna be frustrated. But if
I mean, with Hullbreaker, you don't even have to go inting Scion. You just do the
yeah,
same thing. Just you build full tank and Hullbreaker does it for you. That
and
is
I mean,
very different from how Shrouds has been playing the other three games
and
so
then
far,
Nivea.
though.
Nivea is very control lane dominant, especially post 6 with Vex. And Vex, you kind of have to go in with your ultimate, so that's a great pickup from the side of Monkeys. It just goes to see how well her wave management is going to be early, as well as mana preservation. So that's going to be two main factors of essentially Chinese spotted within that lane. Otherwise, if Buckbeak can survive that laning phase and essentially all in them, as we do see the Ornn being picked up for round 5, and I kind of like Aftermath's comp. I think with between Zac and Ornn, you have potential CC engage. Vex can
Yep.
follow up if you get a multi-man fear off. You get the reset as well. You can chase them down. So the main thing they have to avoid is Nala's hook into a Lilia. I call it the snowball or bowling ball. I think it's called like saplings, not
Swirl
sapling seed.
Seed.
Sporal seed. That's it. I knew it had seed somewhere. But if you can avoid sleepiness on top of it, you'll be fine. But um, the one thing to note about that is with Anivia's Storm does not wake him up, just like how GP's ultimate does not wake them up, because it is a field
Okay.
of area effect. So
Yeah.
if it's an auto attack or like a
Huh.
single target, it will wake them up. But if it's a field of area effect, it will not wake them up.
Okay. Today I learned. That's really interesting. It totally makes sense.
Um,
Yeah. Agree. I think Aftermath's comp is much simpler to execute. I really like what they drafted here. It's a really straightforward composition. The one thing they definitely have to watch out for that I don't know that they have a good answer for is the Scion Hull Breaker splitting. If monkeys drag them across the map with that and force them to dedicate resources to preventing the split push, they're going to be missing pieces of that good combination they have. Whether that's the Vex damage that's not going to be there, so the other four don't have enough damage to win the fight, or Orn can't really match the split push, so he's just going to be trying to clear waves, but Scion still comes out ahead in that.
right. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting because I think Earl. I mean, they're both giant meaty tanks, so I don't think they'll be fighting too much. Probably just getting some grass procs off, unless Orn decides to go unsealed spellbook. Then that's a different angle altogether. But as far as
Yeah.
Cyan goes, like he's gonna scale well. He's just gonna be this giant, beefy front line. Nautilus again will be another point of engage for them as well. Lilia, all I have to do is throw that seed out, let them all go to sleep. Not night night. Anivia can be in the right position. I think it's what glacial storm. I think it's her ultimate. So essentially you slow them, and then if you have Leandries, right, like that's gonna proc as well. So you're just gonna burn them over time. Whereas aftermath, they have good pick potential. If Zach can grab them, hook them together, Orin call the Forge God, Vex ults, whoever gets knocked up 2 or 3 man fear, you essentially can eliminate multiple people from that team fight. Um, as far as choke points are concerned, I think Monkeys has the advantage because of Caitlyn traps, Nautilus pulls, Scion, and Anivia. So Monkeys wins the choke points. So Aftermath, kind of how they did it in game 3, is need to poke them out before the actual team fight occurs, and then they'll essentially clean it up.
Yeah. That sounds right.
The one thing I will note is games 1 and 3, when Chinese or not, yeah, when it's gonna be Anivia top lane.
Oh.
Interesting. And Scion mid. Okay. I was gonna say that in games 1 and 3,
Huh.
um, Buckby was on the Corki, which the games were close, and on game 2 when he was not on Corki but was instead on Oriana, um, that was the game that snowballed out of control. So because they took away Corki again in game 4, and he's not playing on at champion, how effective is this Vex pick gonna be into this team?
If that is Scion mid, I wonder if that is going to be like a AD heavy Scion instead of the tankier. Uh,
Yeah, and I
oh,
mean,
that's.
Cyan doesn't have dashes, so you don't get that passive proc on her, so it'll be very interesting to see how that lane plays out.
I do like how monkeys drafted around the Vex. Um,
hmm
that they really have. I think the Caitlyn net jump is the only dash, if that even counts for the Vex passive.
I'm not too sure, but I don't think it does, because just a way of her getting back. Um,
Okay.
excuse me. Because I think it has to be actually like be in not an ability, but in their kit where it like mentions it as dash. For her, I think it just says like it. Unless it does say dash, I'll have to double check on that and read it once we get into the in the game. But I could be wrong
Yeah.
on that. If it does have a dash, then yeah, I think she's the only one that does.
Nivea top is interesting though.
It
Like, I
is.
think I've seen it. It's not common. It makes a bit
No.
more sense for how Shrouds has been playing the series as opposed to suddenly pulling out the Scion being a tank player.
Right. But my prediction, I feel like just because there's not that many dashes, and I'm curious how this Anivia pick is going to be if they make this Orna champion or not. But they don't have Corki, and that was the one game that snowballed out of their control. So based on how game two went, I'm going to give it to Monkeys again for game four.
Hey, yeah, I, I think I'm gonna stick to liking Aftermath here. I think they're straightforward, easy to execute comp. As long as they put the pieces together and they don't get snowballed in, I think Aftermath has a really good route to win this. Take us to a game five.
Well, as they do that, then it has that reverse sweep angle.
But with that, we are going to let spectator delay tick down and get loaded into game. Don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it to a quick break.
And welcome back to Game 4 between Aftermath Esports and Literal Monkeys Water, as we do see a 5-man invade coming from Monkeys. They're not playing around. They want to get that early kill, and I don't. Ezreal is out of position. They will
30
not see
seconds
this
until
coming through.
minions spawn.
He is floating in the river. Okay, they see him flash in from Nautilus, flash out from Izakuchi.
Because it flashed out, and I'm not a big fan of what Convey. I am not. Okay, slight irritation. Let me explain. The ward so everyone at home is watching, the ward he placed on right there does not help you at all. This does not give you confirmation on where Lilia is starting. If he
Yep.
Minions have
walks
spawned.
in, all 5 are bottom, he drops it in this blue side bush, or if you want to, drop it in between blue and wolves and see the routing she has done. You can then dictate where she is going. Nautilus doesn't have, won't proc it, and obviously if he loses health, that'll give you some information as well. But that just, if you see all 5, you should at least invade a little bit and get some deeper vision. Obviously we'll have to see if, okay, Nautilus did lose health, so that will give him confirmation that she did start bot side. As both lanes are going through, Ornn is rotating late top side, and they will see that, well, if his mana regens or not, we'll see. He is missing a little bit of mana, so if Chinese Spy is paying attention, he'll notify his team, but if not, then not a big deal. But getting hooked on
The
Ezreal, no
hook
flash.
lands onto Ezreal. And importantly, it is the Scion going top. The Monkeys did lane swap Chinese Spy and Shroud.
Yep, that's perfectly fine. It's acceptable in the rules. Is the Chinese Spy taking a little bit of damage because his Ornn will get level 2 first. Yeah, Anivia kind of going even against Vex, but that's okay because Vex does have the early level advantage against this Anivia. Oh, that's a big brittle grass proc right there.
Yeah, Ornn getting the much better of these early trades while Scion's just trying to farm with shield and try to survive, honestly.
I was about to say, oh, a little caught out there.
Nice stun, nice 3-piece combo from Shrouds.
In the top side, I wonder if Pupper knows EM. Oh, he doesn't know. So, if you apply Brittle to any champion and you stun them into a wall with your charge, it will actually proc the Brittle passive on that champion. Not sure he's aware of that, but get stunned up there. And yeah, the early advantage, this is where those pots come into play. But Chinese Spy burned through all of his pots, whereas Pupper Please still has both of them, as we see again another massive trade coming down the mid lane.
Both junglers going for the total full clear. About to hit the opposite scuttle crabs.
Yeah, they both got a little bit late. That's kind of interesting. I thought for sure they may look for a gank angle. I mean, Lilia, again, doesn't have the greatest early level gank. Another stun. Oh. That Vex has to be careful because she's just going to recall. I was about to say she's almost out of mana, and Lilia will be there.
Zach charging up the slingshot, interrupts the net jump. Heal comes out from All Fire, but First Blood goes to Ikazuchi. Now they're running down Best by support. He's just taking poke, and Nautilus is too tanky to go down.
And then that grass proc, yep, and then, oh man, that sign is feeling bad at the moment, but that's the power of Ornn, baby. Still has Cryptic Potion as it goes in, and it's on the time. Here's Lilia.
Lilia's in bot. Nautilus gets the hook onto Ikazuchi, who does get out, gets the auto attack, and Best by support goes down. Now Lilia is blocked by Fat Jester and has to make it out of there.
And now Zanivia's an Eggborn. They might have another kill on her as well.
Oh, wow. Convey's in there. They're trying to dodge tower shots. And
Oh, they get her!
Out, and Buckby still gets the kill.
Every lane but top has gone down, and Aftermath, it seems like after game 4 has found their mojo, up 2,000 gold at 5 minutes, and yeah, the Ezreal 3-0 with a sheen and a tear. He is feeling confident coming into this game 4.
Oh my god, literally everything going Aftermath's way this game.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at that bot lane, Helix has played pretty well. Lilia couldn't do anything as well. It will knock up, but Popper doesn't really care. He should be fine.
Yeah, there's
Yep,
no
he just kind of walk away. He's fine.
yeah. No other chase down left by the Chinese spy since the ult isn't there. Gets another knockup. There's a grass prop. He's walking down. There's the flying slingshot from Convey, and Chinese spy has to flash out. Gets pulled back by the Q. Pupper Please is still trying to stay in range. Looks like Chinese spy's getting out.
Yep, gets out, and again, Lilia is nowhere to be found, so that's a free gank. And I feel like Pupper should recall here, but
Oh,
oh
Pupper
no.
still there. Chinese spy puts up the shield. Here comes the call of the Forge God and gets the kill.
Oh, that's fantastic. You see that Chinese Spy burn teleport. He has no flash. He's going to be losing essentially a full wave for this. Pupper Please has teleport, can essentially just walk back or teleport back in the lane. And honestly, 5 kills for 0. Oh, 2.4k gold. And Aftermath is looking hungry to force a game 5.
It looks like the monkeys don't have a good answer for this Zac. Convey is showing up so big last game and this game.
Yeah, obviously this is, like I said, this is what we wanted to see the entire series. I made a point of contention before the series even started that Convey is ranked overall for Outer Power rankings 6th in the league. But unfortunately, games 1 and 2 were not in his favor. But game 3 bounced back with a comfort pick. And again, game 4 on the Zac. You mentioned it. Should the Zac be banned? They didn't feel like it should be banned. And again, they're paying for it.
And Sion got an early fade, so that is going to be a whole breaker rush right there.
Nivea rotating topside might try to look for a gank here.
Going in there, there's the Sion ult getting the knockup. Pupper Please does have flash. The wall comes out. The ult is there. Oh, the E doesn't do enough damage.
Not enough damage, and now Vex gets a full mid lane to herself, as well as possibly 1 plate. She will get 1 plate, and now she's going to be looking for this dragon, because again, a Nivea and Sign on top side, there's 2 of your main damage sources, and well, Pupper Please is just getting out, trying to force him off this tower.
Shrouds is spending so much time up there with getting nothing out of it.
I mean, at least you give a plate over to Sion, but you're just allowing this Vex to get whittled down this tower. You gave over a dragon. Okay, she just put a vision control around Raptor Pit. I mean, you gave Sion 1 plate gold, but you traded so much for it in the other lanes as well as an early dragon. And I mean, as far as the bot lane's concerned, Ikazuchi and Fat Jester are doing fantastic in this early game. Caitlyn does have not Hullbreaker, Cull, so she's 36 minions away. Ezreal is slowly building that tier, so he's feeling confident, and Lilia is, at this point, realizes, I don't think we have much of a gank angle in these lanes. I'm just going to power farm until I can either get Leandries or some form of CC burn equivalent as Knowledge goes in the
Hook
box.
lands onto Fat Jester. There's the wild growth on herself. Depth charge coming out. The ignite's there. Oh, and the Caitlyn Q goes wide.
And even if they alter, she still has heal, so this Lulu is feeling perfectly safe. No reason to basically just panic flash or anything here. You're perfectly under control.
Yep. Yeah, nice calm collected play. Oh, there's a fight in top for this Herald. Sion gets knocked out of the Q charge up. Lilia's taking a ton of damage. Has to get out. There's the Vex ult diving in onto Chinese Spy. Zac goes into his passive. Blobs are coming up. Sion's going for these blobs, getting a ton of damage. Doesn't get the kill though.
Barely doesn't get the kill, but the main point is here is Vex is still available. Does not have the ult reset, but still great rotation by Buckbeat to essentially come down there and assist their jungler.
Ooh. Vex is not taking much damage from these Inhibia combos. I guess like Shrouds just has Tear and Sapphire Crystal, so there's no AP behind it. But
Just like, yeah.
it just always feels like whenever I'm playing against an Anivia, the base damages hurt so much more than that.
Yeah, it just takes a while to scale, just like Rise or Casting. But oh, Zach went in for another gank.
Convey with another
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
nice two-man stun.
Ooh, that's a big electrocute.
Shrouds does not want that fight. The hook lands onto Fat Jester once again. There's the Swirl Seed. There's the Wild Growth. The Q comes in. There's a Blue Smite. The W goes wide. DeAndre Jarvan gets a kill onto Fat Jester. Now the pull back onto Ikazuchi, and Shutdown goes to Best Buy support.
And I mean, that's a unfortunately, you know, shut down Digger and all else. But the main point is you push them out of this lane. This should allow Caitlyn and all to get one plate, if not two. You basically forced all those summoner spells out. So this is again another opportunity for DeAndre Jarvan to come down with Lilia and essentially shut them down. And what once was a 2,000 goal lead has been dwindled to only 500 as soon as Caitlyn gets this plate. And
Oh, the True Shot barrage comes through.
Nautilus and Vex are waiting.
Oh, they're looking for it. The nice pull in from the Zac Q. The W gets the kill onto Caitlyn, and Buckby gets the kill onto Nautilus.
He gets a kill on Nautilus, stops it, and the most important thing is she still has it, and Dragon, you know, just trying to scout them out, not anything there. Anivia will get about 2 plates for herself, and the goal lead is still, you know, was a little push and pull, still up 1,000 in the favor of Aftermath.
They are just going back and forth. Oh yeah, they're gonna get the full tower with this Herald.
Yep.
Sion is just ulting into top lane.
Dragon's up in 42 seconds.
Yep, exactly what I was gonna say.
We're on the same wavelength.
Sion finished his hull breaker, so the fight up in top lane isn't so Ornn favorite anymore. Like, you can see these trades are going much better for Chinese Spy.
Yep, and Lilia's looking potentially trying to put that pupper please to sleep, say night night doggy, but I don't know if she'll be able to land it in time.
They kind of have to choose, because since DeAndre Jarvan's up there, they don't have positioning on the dragon. It's not getting anything done.
Right, and the most important thing is just spotted her out, so she's going to be late. They know she's going to be late to this.
Another 3 from Monkeys are over there, but this dragon's already gone. Oh, Caitlyn Q came through, almost got it. The knockup, the slingshot, Convey and Buckby just comboed Allfire down. Oh, Vex gets the reset, goes in. DeAndre Jarvan's trying to run back to the red buff, but that is
no
not
flash,
your
though.
buff.
She's got no flash, and that baits her entire team in.
Yep. Now Shrouds gets pulled in, gets sent back into the egg, and Ikazuchi gets his double kill.
Oh man,
Oh no.
It's an ace!
14-minute ace. Pupper, please. Getting under the turret.
Oh, he gets him!
Revenge kill for Chinese Spy.
Auto comes out, that whole breaker saying, haha, no to your towers. Yep, oh.
Nice hook on the Fat Jester. The Caitlyn ult comes through, the flash ignite from Best Buy support.
Oh,
but I think Fat Jester's gonna survive. Yeah, the shields are enough.
Man, Lulu heals shield, that's why I can't stand that support, but yeah, they got 5 kills for 0 in a dragon. Zach comes in again.
Zach jumped in, and the combo with Buckby is too strong once again. They're just ignoring this turret and going for Best Buy support.
And I mean, why not? I mean, Zach literally has 11 of the 14 KP, and you look at Ezreal 6-1-1 on that champion. Caitlyn is not even allowed to play the game. She's 0-4. Anivia not allowed to play the game, 0-2, and Vex 4-0-3. And I think if you're the side of Aftermath, I feel like you have to maybe allow him to have Kayn and ban Zach, but again, you also risk giving him the Corki as well. So It's gonna if this game goes the way it should, it'll be interesting what they do in the draft phase. But right now, 4.5K gold lead for the side of Aftermath, and they want that silver scrapes. They want that game 5.
Oh, yeah, this one's starting to look like it's gonna go the distance, and bounties are up for monkeys here. Anivia hitting Ornn with combos, but oh my god, the damage from Buckby onto Allfire. Zach jumps in onto Chinese Spy, but DeAndre Jarvan is there. Here comes the lilting lullaby. Zach goes to sleep, flashes out of the decimating strike. Slingshot's back in because we've got a teleport coming in from Pupper, please. Convey is living just so long. The Call of the Forge God goes wide.
Team is here
Now
to
the
help
rest
them
of
out.
Aftermath is here. Chinese Spy isn't gonna get the kill onto Convey with the pass.
Won't get the kill on Lilia, but that's just a great rotation. It also sets up for them to take another Rift play, essentially denying them any kind of gold back in their pocket. And yeah, it just feels like Aftermath is starting to click together. It feels like they've formed together a game plan. They've realized what they need to do as they're ready and they're hungry to force this game 5.
Oh god. Are we sure this is the same team on the Rift between games 2 and 3?
I know. I was about to ask you the same thing, and you know, I feel like they're ready and they're. I don't know. They must have said something, motivational speech, maybe. Maybe they watched a clip together from like Mighty Ducks or something like that. Because I feel like games 4 and 3 are completely different than what we saw at games 1 and 2.
They're so much cleaner. They're so much more like they just know what they need to do and they're doing it.
Yeah, and again, Chinese Spy is trying to essentially get this hull breaker angle, but again, you're also playing into an Ornn, so it's not exactly going to be an easy day for you.
Oh my god, the shields coming out of Buckby completely negating all of Shroud's damage.
Oh my goodness. Oh, net
Oh,
Anivia, you
Zac
don't have
coming
egg
in.
form.
Yeah, every time Convey shows up on screen, it's a kill. Like, he can't fail a gank at this point. Chinese Spy gets the kill and does get out of tower range.
He's with
But
gold
here
again.
comes
That's the important thing.
Ikazuchi. Going for it. Oh my god, the essence shift around the decimating smash. And yeah, nothing Chinese Spy can do. Tower did go down, so that's kind of a successful play.
Oh,
Here comes
Ezreal
the
might die
lilting
here.
lullaby. There's the cleanse, there's the flash, the Q comes out, the W gets dodged out, true shot barrage, but the Lilia Q gets the kill. Oh my god, more fighting still. Caitlyn's in the wrong side of the map, just autoing down Convey for a big shutdown. Fat Jester flashing over the wall into the red buff.
And again,
Best by-
Zach. Sorry.
Yeah, no, play's done.
I was about to say is Zach essentially tries to go in, but that's not one of your main damage carries. It's on this Ezreal and this Vex, and Vex was not there at all. And yeah, unfortunately, just a little miscue as Kaling does get to shut down Zach, so it's gold in her pocket. Lily gets a shutdown on Ezreal, gold in her pocket. You get a tower top slice, it's extra gold, and still up gold favor in the side of Aftermath, but you have to essentially stop bleeding these extra kills over if you want to remain in this game.
Upper please, flashing out, the fear coming out from Vex onto Best Buy support. The knockup lands onto Shroud, and the ult from Buckby gets the kill on Nautilus, gets the reset, goes in onto Allfire for a double kill.
Oh, and I was talking about that with the reset she has with Shadow Surge into Looming Darkness into Personal Space, just getting that fear off, that combo, and you're seeing why this Vex pick is so disgusting if you get ahead with her, and she is, and now I feel like at this point you just gotta have Chinese Spy on a split push angle with this Scion and pull pressure from your team.
That's looking like their game plan. Chinese Spy doesn't seem to have any intention of grouping with the team. Huh?
Lulu can't stop it. That's unfortunate. Try to.
Yeah, the Unstoppable Onslaught successfully drifting around that corner. That was That was kind of clean.
Yep. I mean, unfortunately, I feel like if Fat Jester could have flashed into him, they would have, but unfortunately not. But again, Pupper Please should be even, but here's that Nivea bot side trying to essentially force a kill onto this horn.
Oh, keep going for it. Chinese Spy actually does have a level advantage, but it's Ornn. He's so obnoxiously tanky. Oh my god, the invade onto the topside jungle. Lilia gets the Q onto Convey. Just running for it. Scion's going for ignoring the champion and just hitting the turret.
Yeah, and that's what Scion does. Doesn't matter if I'm that far behind. I'll just hull breaker into the towers and force you to come to my lane. And that is why I can't stand that champion right now. I think hull breaker needs a little bit of a nerf. As we see Zach going in and Caitlyn burning the flash.
Nice slingshot in. Wow, they have just been trading for like the last 45, like the last minute or two.
Oh,
God, Buckby out of nowhere ults onto
bye-bye,
Shroud.
Caitlyn.
Oh, the reset. There's the death charge. There's the ignite. The wild growth is on there and picks, saving Buckby's life. All right, Nautilus hook goes into there. And here comes the teleport from Pupper Please onto the blob to save Convey's life. Slingshots out. Oh god, it just feels like there's nothing Monkeys can do here. Aftermath, it's just succeed. Like every play is going their way.
And again, you're just slowly piling it on. That was the thing with this Nivea pick. If you get ahead, she's so hard to deal with. But if you fall behind, you're not a champion. All you are there is just a stun bot and to hit a massive R wave. That's it. As we see Scion trying to go in on this Ezreal.
Yeah, the flash in over the wall by Chinese Spy gets the knockup.
And again, that's a nice shutdown of Ezreal. Little greedy recall there. Should not have been that close. As again, another shutdown coming over for the side of Literal Monkeys. Is they're only 5,000 gold, so they're not out of this game, as they will be forcing this Baron.
All right, with Ikazuchi dead, they figured that's 8 kills of this gold lead off the map.
They see they gotta back off. They gotta get off.
Oh, Buckby's ult lands onto Allfire, and Buckby goes legendary. 8-0, just absolutely sniping Allfire. Nautilus gets the shutdown onto the Vex. There's the hook onto Convey. Zach is stunned. All right, Wilting Lullaby comes out. That's a 3-man Q. The damage is coming out. Shrouds is finally showing up on the Anivia. They're going for Pupper Please now, chasing him down. Lilia gets the Q. And going for Convey instead, but he can just slingshot out. Meanwhile, Chinese Spy is just freely hitting these turrets and living the Hullbreaker lifestyle. Convey's sustaining through everything DeAndre Jarvan does, but finally does go down. There's the Scion ult to get the damage on the tower and to get the damage onto Ikazuchi. He's ignoring the turret so far. And Shout knocking a minion into Ezreal. And bounties are falling off. What a series of plays for Monkeys.
Right, and that's how the Scion Hullbreaker pick works. Force it into the lane. It doesn't matter if I'm behind. They force Baron, they get him in that choke point, and again, I said the choke point was in favor of Literal Monkeys. They force him in that choke point. Lilia Anivia is not anything to scoff at, and while Vex does get the kill on the Caitlyn, she's not able to get the reset. Zach doesn't have passive for his blob form. No one can follow because she's too far ahead. Ezreal will remain damage sources on the opposite side of the map, dealing with that Scion, and Monkeys is now dictating the tempo. That 5,000 gold lead has dwindled. 700 gold lead now separates these teams 24 minutes into the game.
Oh my god, and the 4th dragon is spawning. It's Cloud Soul? So I could kind of see Monkeys just giving it up, but no, they are grouped here except for Shrouds, who has teleport. They are looking to fight Aftermath for this one.
Well, this is gone. I mean, they're too late on it.
Oh, Convey slingshots in, goes for the Let's Bounce.
Steals it!
He gets it! Onto the Drake. Now the fight on the backside. Buckby takes out Allfire. Shrouds goes into Egg. DeAndre Jarvan gets the Lulu down. This is a very split fight now. Chinese Spy is on the backside. Buckby goes into Zonia's. The damage is just piling onto the Scion. He's surviving through everything, but does go down.
I mean, this is now a Baron angle, right? You still have 4 members alive. You can essentially just force this. And that's essentially what they're going to be looking on. Letting Ezreal and Ornn push down mid. No, okay, so they will just be rotating over. Lily is alive, and she doesn't have anything available. So we'll see if they have an angle to go in here. But I feel at this point, you just kind of have to give it up.
Oh, yeah. What a clutch steal from Convey. Like, it's just Cloud, but, like, it's still slingshotting in 1v5 and stealing Cloud Soul like that.
Yeah, that was big. That was massive.
Lilia is contesting, but is running into a 10-1 Buckby, and True Shot Barrage snipes the kill.
Oh, gets her, and look at that gold grab. Look at that roller coaster. Up, down, up, down, up. Now they're back up. Hopefully you don't fall back down again as Zach is going in. Good. Oh, man. Good trap stopper. But, yeah, just the Vex pick is being so crucial. But now if you're the side of Aftermath, you just have to play it a little bit slow. If you see Scion in one lane, hard force it. But if you don't see him, then you kind of have to be a little cautious.
Like, yeah, Chinese Spy is clearing the jungle. They do not know where they want the rotations to go. Interestingly.
And yeah, Hiding Shrouds is so far behind on gold. Has less gold than the Ornn. So and now the Caitlyn has less gold than the Ornn as well. So it does not feel good for either of these champions. 1-6, Hiding Shrouds 1-8 on All Fire.
That's where Monkey. Oh, the hook comes in. Pupper Plays has to flash out. There's Buckby ulting in, but goes under turret, gets shut down, and the gold goes to Shrouds. Now Pupper Plays is under turret, gets stunned, gets taken down. All Fire getting the kill. Here comes the Caitlyn ult just to break a Lulu's shield onto Ikazuchi, who Essence shifts out.
I just
Arcane
said you
shift.
have to play it slow. Ezreal is not there. He was all the way bot wave clearing, and because Buckby forces the play under the tower, mind you, with no minion wave, he instantly goes down. Call the Forge God goes down, and you're just throwing away your lead. You're throwing away this Baron buff. Just play it slow. Zach, you gotta be with your team, my man. Those jungle camps are not worth it right now. Okay, Ikazuchi.
I was not expecting that amount of damage to come out of the True Shot Barrage.
I wasn't either, and this Elder Dragon is not up for 245. I'm kind of scratching my head here. There's no going for a why? Like you guys, you have Baron buff, you have Cloud. All you have to do is group. Why are you splitting? Why are you doing a 1-3-1?
Yeah, why is
I don't.
Ornn
You just
splitting
forces
the
5.
1-3-1?
You literally just forces 5. They can't stop you in a 5v5.
Yeah.
Mm.
And like they've shown that the 5v5 is so in Aftermath's favor with like them having all the pieces of their puzzle together. Like
Right.
why they would choose to 1-3-1 is kind of a mystery.
Right, and the only reason it went so poorly is because you literally dove under a tower, and is their Baron buff off? Like your Baron buff was off.
Yep.
What did you get? What did you get out of that? I feel like that's a misplay by them personally. But hey, that's fine. You know, it is what it is. We're going 56,000 gold, 2.5 gold K gold up for the side of Aftermath. They still can close out this game, but that Elder Dragon is going to be a huge pivotal moment. 118 on it. If Aftermath claims this, they could potentially end the game and force a game 5. But if Monkeys wins the flip and takes it, they close the series 3-1. In 1 minute, that answer will be decided.
God, this is so stressful.
Oh, yeah. This is where the nerves come in. This is where communications have to be on point. This is where your team has to commit to one call. and Anivia is top side. So Anivia is going to be late to this. Caitlyn's going to be late to this. Ornn, you should just stay bottom. Don't need to rotate top. Okay, I guess he's going top side. I feel like you just sit around here with this being so close. 36 seconds.
Oh, the Swirl Seed lands on 2. That's good damage onto Ikazuchi to start the fight.
Oh,
There's
they
the
get the
Q from
Caitlyn.
Lilia, but Allfire gets the hit with the slingshot. Now there's the call of the Forge God. Lilia gets tagged. Scion Q knocks up 2. Fat Jester gets focused down, but that's just the support. Now they're going after Zac, but he has passive. Convey gets the Nautilus down. Shroud's just joined the fight. Teleport coming in from Buckby to save the
Locks up
Zac
the Anivia.
passive. Damage is coming through. Ezreal
That's
takes
him.
out Drayande Jarvan. And yeah, there's the Scion passive. That's a clean ace.
You get Elder Dragon, go bottom. You have a giant wave pouring in. Just go down there and end the game. You can go through mid or bottom. No, guys. Guys, you have
Going
30-second recall timers. Okay, I can understand getting items, playing it safe. You saw what happened last time when they had Baron. They tried to force it in a tower. They gave up a bunch of kills and shut down. You're still up 5k gold. Baron's up in 22. Just take. I guess you can either play it one of two ways. Wait for Baron, force another team fight, take the end the game, or you just force. But I feel like you just force. Like you have Elder Dragon. 3 of your members have Elder Dragon. Zac, Ezreal, and Lulu, I believe, are the 3 that still have it. And Ezreal is 11-4 and can just keep pumping out damage after damage after damage.
Yeah, Ezreal is very close to full health. Both Ezreal and Buckby are.
And I mean, this is fine, you know, they probably just don't want to take any chances. They don't want to throw the game away, so they're playing it safe. I completely understand, but... yeah, okay. Now, you have all the tools in your pocket. Group as 5 through one lane, no splitting, and end. You see Scion is bot side. He's caught out of position.
Comes in, the Q lands onto Best Buy support, who's running for their life, and Blast comes out. Now they're going for all fire. The slingshot goes wide. Vexar was used.
But again, Scion's late to this.
Yep.
Slowly walk it in. Slowly walk it in. Do not force. Or
Shot
you can just
lands
force.
onto
That's
Best
fine.
Buy support. They're under the turret. Ikazuchi gets the first kill.
Dude.
Nautilus is down. They're
Goes away
going
from
for the Scion.
Caitlyn
Caitlin's
can't
under
defend
the turret,
herself.
firing onto Buckby. There's Convey going in. The Scion ult comes in to knock him up. They're fighting the Scion. Ornn's trying to get Caitlyn. Doesn't get it. Allfire gets the kill. One Nexus turret goes down. Ezreal's low. They're on the bottom side. Slingshot's getting charged.
I mean, they're
Scion's
taking a
just
lot of
getting
damage.
poked. There's the True Fire Barrage, and it just melts Allfire, and that should be the game now. Scion
Oh,
gets
that's
taken
it.
out.
We got a game 5. We got a series. We got a series, dude. We played that Silver Script. We're forcing a game 5 between these teams.
Oh my god.
I told you, reverse sweep angle.
Let's go.
Saying no. You got judging the comps. Let's go. We got a series that is on the line. Now you have so much to talk about in this next pre-draft phase. There's so much on your mind. You're up 2 in the series. They come back 2-0. You just got spanked game 4. You spanked them in game 2. The momentum is all on Aftermath right now. The momentum is
Yep.
completely taken away from Monkeys. Now you're on the back foot. You essentially have to regain tempo, not only from your mental state, but how the game plan is supposed to be played. You essentially gave up 5 kills before 6 minutes even dropped. That's not what you
Yeah.
need in these games. So, game 5 on the line. Jeez, I'm excited. I'm pumped. I'm ready for it.
Whew. We are going to throw it to a quick break to keep that energy up. We are going to get into draft. Hopefully, super quick break so we can get loaded in and we can just get this cracking.
welcome back to Game 5, the deciding match between Little Monkeys Water and TD Aftermath. By going up 2-0 in the series, Little Monkeys was trying to close it out in a clean 3-0, but TD Aftermath bounced back in games 3 and 4, making the series tied and forcing a Game 5. And as we saw, Zach was the main reason why TD Aftermath was able to get back into this series with Convey, with Little Monkeys, again, first picking Nautilus on blue side.
But now this leaves the Corki open, which is what they had been first round banning on blue side every game. So do
Mhm.
the Aftermath pick up the Corki? I kind of like Ezreal Corki
Or
getting
even
locked
Ezreal
in
Vex.
here.
Yeah.
They've had success with it.
I feel like you go Ezreal Lulu again here because again they
Oh,
I feel like
true.
that bot lane was perfectly fine for them. And
Yeah.
if you're playing Nautilus again into that lane, bam, called it. I said that was perfectly fine. And then you wait for them to see what their jungler is and what their top laner is going to be. And if you want to, you can go Corki or Vex. The issue is if you don't pick those champions, I'm worried that Little Monkeys is going to make those the next two bans and then force him on another mid laner he's not comfortable with.
I mean, yeah. It's got to be so in monkeys' heads because it looked like from the first couple games that Buckby really needed that Corky. Ooh,
Ooh,
and
the
the Akali's
early
actually coming to
Akali.
back. But that Vex performance was so good that like, what do you even do with this mid lane? But
So
the
this
Akali
is
pick is
the first Akali that we are seeing. It was banned round 4 game 1. It was banned round 4 game 2. It was
uh,
banned round 4 game 3 and round 4 game 4 it was banned again. So they're that I suspect that will be the mid lane for them as well. They're changing it up a little and going Jin instead, and there it is, the Vex being locked in, not refusing to get ban away the Corki. So now I'm curious, do you ban Ornn here if you're the side of Monkey?
I feel like it's almost irresponsible to not like the Orn doesn't like it doesn't do much to beat the Orden lane. He's still gonna call the Forge God,
Mm.
and, and like it's so effective in team fights. Literally, aftermath like the Zac is banned, but they're putting together their comp that they just handily won with.
Mhm.
I
Like,
really want to see an Orden ban come out here.
and I feel like that's appropriate. Like obviously the Shen, they don't want Shen giving extra protection. But yeah, I think, yep,
There
there
it
it is. I was
is.
gonna say I feel like Ornn is the correct pick here. Now TD, if you want to, you can go Kale. Kale worked for you in game 3 and allowed you to scale later on. But again, if they pick something like Yone or Graves into that matchup, both champions on the board, they might have a difficult time in the top side.
I don't know 100% if Chinese Spy plays it, but the assumption
Lilia,
I okay, taking away the Lilia jungle. I was
I'm
gonna
not
say that
forget.
leaves him with a squishy comp, but the Vex is surprisingly tanky. The Lulu gives the a lot of durability, so the Lilia is a good pick.
I feel
Very
like if I
different from the Zac though.
I was trying to think of good champions that can build a lot of MR and Corki. Okay, we're kind of seeing a little bit of the swap now with
Okay,
Chinese Spy saying I kind of want to play that champion Buckby. You had your turn, now it's my turn. Um, kind of curious how that's going to play out, but I think with the package, as we've seen from the previous games, has been a big decision maker, especially around those dragon fights.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay. Sorry. I made Fiddlesticks. I love Fiddlesticks, so I'm super excited to see someone else play it. The Andre Jarvin playing it. Um,
oh.
I get to talk about this the entire time in Game 5, so I'm very excited about this. If you're TD Aftermath, you need something that can essentially peel top side as well as get good vision controls. So Kale would be still really good pickup into this.
Oh,
Garen is
Garen.
also good too. Well, you gotta
Okay.
think if Akali's being topside, right? She goes into her shroud. Garen spins the winds inside of it, and she will constantly get ticks on top of her. So I think that's a very smart pickup into Akali top.
I'm a little worried for TD that they don't have a ton of CC to lock down, but if Garen gets ahead, if Garen can just kill the Akali, you don't really need CC to lock her down.
No, and I think if you're Lilia, so I feel like if you're Convey on this side, I think you play around Garen more often because Akali behind, yeah, she does true damage, right? With her ultimate, she can essentially one-shot carries, but an Akali
Yep.
behind with a fed Garen, Garen is going to be one of your massive frontliners. You need frontline, especially when you play in Lilia.
Yeah.
Um, so if you get him ahead, he's great. If he falls behind, he feels kind of useless. The interesting point of contention, which is what I get excited to talk about, TD Aftermath should never group up in more than a cluster of two. Ezreal, Lulu, and I'm being serious. Like Ezreal, Lulu should be
Yeah.
by themselves. Vex should be off to the side. Lilia should be by herself, and Garen should be in an angle by herself. Um, Court, and this is where the Corki comes in the package, can kind of separate them as well. But you have to make sure you have every vision control around Bush. Make sure you know what Fiddlesticks is at all times. Because if he comes in, gets a three-man fear off, Corky package on top of it, and Akali can find that isolated target, instantly burst them down, and then essentially one of your carries, either Vex or Ezreal, is out of the match, and that is a large amount of the damage from the side of TD Aftermath. So Fiddlesticks' main job is to make sure Ezreal or Vex do not play the game, fear into silence into another fear for extra damage, or if you don't fear them, flash Protobelt into the back line, fear an isolated target, zone you so they can't deal damage to you right away. Once you come out, you heal because, as you mentioned, the only way you stop Fiddlesticks drain is with CC. The only CC you have is a Lulu knockup or a Polymorph and a Vex Sphere. Garen does have silence, so you can't do that, but are you really willing to use one Garen Q on a silence on Fiddlesticks, or would you rather have it on a Kali or in a Corki?
Yeah. Garen is looking to be up in the front line. Like if the Garen is staying back and trying to peel Fiddlesticks off of Ezreal, I feel like that's successful Fiddlesticks gameplay in and of
Right.
itself.
And for Fiddlesticks, you can go Protobelt or you can go Leandries into their team comp. So if you go Protobelt, you'll get more AP penetration. You can actually
Yep.
burst down on a lot of these champions. However, if you're going Dark Harvest into Leandries into Demonic Embrace, which is kind of what we saw from from Little Monkeys in game one on that Amumu pick, which I suspect he'll probably do
Uh,
as this game as well, you
yeah.
just burn them, and then you pick up Riley's as your third item, you just slow and burn. They cannot escape from you, and your entire team can then clean up the fight afterwards. It doesn't matter if you die. You're just making them low enough for Corki or Akali to clean up these fights while Jin sits back and just launches his ultimate. So, um, I think for his comp, if they can get resets on Vex ahead early and get Garen ahead, they'll be fine. But for Literal Monkeys, if Akali gets ahead, I think they take game five. So it's gonna be based on how the jungler's path and how these laners play out. I'm always a big fan of junglers because obviously, as you know, pre six, a lot of games happen and can kind of dictate how those lanes go. Um, but Fiddlesticks is tricky because if you get vision, you know where he's at. He doesn't get the fear on his ultimate when he gets his passive. So that
Yep.
being said,
And Fiddlesticks, like you touched on the vision a couple times so far. And that's kind of been a sticking point through the whole series that like teams choosing to make plays when they don't have the vision to make the play they're trying to.
right,
I'm
I
sorry, I
think
totally cut you off, didn't I?
no, I've been thinking based on how they are, they don't have like so Aftermath, right? Vex, Garen, Lilia, they kind of want to go in. Lilia does have kiting potential, but they don't have a way to get out. Nautilus, Corki have a way to get out. So I think with that in mind, I think I have to give it to Monkeys for game five and take the series 3-2.
Ooh, I know Shrouds is absolutely bonkers on the Akali, but I gotta side with Aftermath on this. I think the momentum is too hard in their favor. Um,
Okay.
I think Convey's gonna have a lot tougher time making the same impact with not having the Zac. The super long range CC from wonky angles is so unique to the game and makes it so tough to play when you're on the opposing team. So that's it's going to be a big question if he can have the same impact on the Lilia as he did the Zac.
Right.
But I just think they're firing on all cylinders.
And I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? How comfortable are you in that pressure? If you feel more at ease, you usually play better.
But with that, we are going to throw this to a quick break. We are going to get through spectator delay. We'll get all synced up. Don't go anywhere. Game 5. Winner takes it all at this point. This is the only one that matters. Game 5. Literal Monkeys Water versus TD Aftermath. Don't go anywhere, folks.
And welcome back to the series finale of TD Aftermath and Literal Monkeys Water, as this is the game deciding series of the 5-man stack, and I don't think Garen's going to be aware of it. He gets caught out, and that's going to be a first blood.
The hook lands, the ignite goes down. They're trying to get it on. Yeah,
And they
all
get
fire
it
gets
on
the kill.
in. That's massive early on in this game. Garen does not paying attention, gets shut down early. So not only is that early gold for the save favor monkeys, but look at the items. He started boots, and now he gets a long sword on top of it. They are looking to exert the pressure on this bot lane, no holds barred, and just kill them over and over again.
Whew. I mean, credit to Pupper, please. Like, seeing that was probably just happening and not blowing the flash. The only summoner that got used was the ignite, but like completely and totally worth.
Yep. And that's why the one thing you do is when if you're going top side for the top laners, you don't sit and try. You actually sit a little bit out in the water between trying the alcove. So that way you see if they're rotating down, and you can then put a ward behind you and try. So if they do the loop top side, which I've never seen before because the tower would see you, but if they do that, you can see where they're walking and then walk down through river. But unfortunately, if you sit and try, your vision gets limited. And as we saw there, first blood going over the side for monkeys, and yeah, that's a good way you want to start the finale for game 5. Oh, good electric heat.
X combos in mid are already hurting.
Yep, and again, that's what you want. You want Buckwheat to win this mid lane. They won it in game 4. You want them to win it again in game 5. And yeah, top side shouldn't be too bad, even if you get the first kill. Puffer, please give the phase rush Garen, which will give you granted movement speed. And again, this is what I was talking about. You pick that Garen into the shroud, the E will constantly hit her and hit her constantly. So as soon as you get some type of item, you know, a little tankier, this Garen's going to be a problem on the top side for Akali.
It's just such a funny, like, basic but super effective way to counter such a frustrating ability.
Did you enjoy it when she used Shroud under towers and couldn't be targeted? Because I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that gameplay, let me tell you.
Absolutely heinous.
Absolutely loved it when you would, you know, CC in her tower, but as soon as she hits Shroud, she instantly loses aggro. Fantastic design, you know, 200 years. But anyway, as we reminisce about that, seems like the lanes are kind of even for the most part, the only goal differential being that first blood. And for the most part, you know, Pupper Please kind of has to be a little careful. Did use his pot early. Hopefully he gets his aggro, and Convey looking to try and gank early.
Okay, yeah. Shrouds looked like he was going to face check that, but did not. And so one thing I'm noticing is Convey got a much faster clear than DeAndre Jarvan, who's just hitting the scuttle now. So since Fiddle showed up in the patch preview for next week, I saw a lot of talk about Fiddle and how the champion probably didn't need to get buffed. And there was a lot of talk about how his jungle clear is really gross right now. So you're the expert.
His jungle clear is already gross. I don't think he needs an extra buff. He's looking for the spear.
The silence
He got the
lands.
spear right here. Yeah,
Gatling gun.
Out of range. He's trying. He's out of range. That's all it was. He's trying to find the range for the fear, but not close yet. Once you get Proto Belt, then the fear will get a lot easier. But no, the way for Fiddlesticks is you can start Blue Gromp, you can start Raptors, or if you want to do a leash, you can do red side and then clear down the bot, which is kind of what the Fiddlesticks did. He did Blue Gromp. You essentially combine both of them together with your healing, your drain. As long as the charge completes, you get a massive amount of healing back to you. So honestly, I don't think they should buff him. I feel he's fine where he's at.
Oh, the hook lands on Nautilus, but Convey is here. The cleanse and the dip from Mikazuchi. And now they're kiting. All Fires walking back, flash out by Best Buy support. Yeah, and it looks like... Oh, the Swirl Seed lands, but Allfire gets the kill onto Convey. Does flash forward with the exhaust. Now Fat Jester is in trouble. There's the heal. Still has flash, but Allfire has to get out of here because Ikazuchi's rejoined the fight. Hook goes wide, lands onto a minion. Flash in by Fat Jester and the shutdown. But then Best Buy support gets the return kill.
Yo, I mean, that is big fat Genesis. I found the angle. It's right here. And yes, Jin does get a return kill. Unfortunately, that's still a 2-for-1 for the Saber for Monkeys. But this is where Jin's going to lose out on this wave. But again, Ezreal doesn't have the best wave clear early. So he has to just kind of let this go into his tower and clean up what he can, because by the time Jin will get back to lane, you see that wave pushing in, he will have item advantage. And because he has item advantage, and because this recall timer is coming out so late, he will not be able to contest. We see Buckby going in the mid lane.
The ult in from the Vex. That is a ton of damage, but it doesn't get the kill. He gets the flash out of Chinese Spy, though.
Gets the flash, is important, but again, now Jin, because he has items, right? Here's that Noon Quiver in his pocket, as well as Boots of Swiftness, will get essentially almost a free plate, because Ezreal is forced to not back here. So I understand the wave is there, you want to get as much as you can, but yeah, it's just, you kind of stuck. This gives Nautilus, as you see floating up through river, the time to roam on this Vex, and because she's so low on mana, he should be able to burn the flash on her.
Bushes swept. They're looking for it. Oh, Buckby's gonna face check, gets hooked in. There's the Glacial Augment, gets the Fear, throws down the... That's her W. And yeah, Chinese Spy is a bit too low to go in on that. Meanwhile,
A little
Shroud's...
too low, yep.
Yeah, Shroud's just fighting in top. It's kind of tough for Akali to kill the Garen through all the built-in durability.
Yep. Also good flash by Buckby, because DeAndre Driver was right outside with Fiddlesticks waiting, essentially Fuhrer. And Buckby, I don't think you can contest this dragon. You don't have anything. You don't have any of your summoner spells. You're low.
Oh, Lulu just stole that Scuttle Crab with picks, but now she's running. Okay, nice two-man Fear by Buckby. Gets caught out, is rooted. Allfire gets the kill onto Buckby. And that's a teleport in from Pupper Please also.
I was saying, like, you just used flash. You didn't.
Oh, max range hook lands onto Ikazuchi. That's the arcane shift out.
And they should be able to run away from this. They should be able to run away. Fiddlesticks over the wall.
Crow
They don't realize
channeling. That's the dive in. He's got 3 in there. Ikazuchi goes down. DeAndre Jarvan gets the double, and Best Buy support takes out Pupper Please.
That's what I was saying. You need to make sure you have vision at this Fiddlesticks at all times, because that Tri-Bush, there's nothing there. He can jump over the wall and get vision. Trying to spy a little too deep, taking 2 turret shots, and bye-bye.
Trying to give it to Buckby.
Does.
The auto goes over the wall. Yeah.
And yeah, that's a misplay from Chinese Spy. Again, you're another 2 deep. Just back off. You're all that dragon. No one can be there to assist you. I will say that during that whole fiasco, Akali was able to get 2 plates by herself topside. So she is actually 700 gold over her opposition. And yeah, the Fiddlesticks, if you don't have vision, you essentially go over the Crow Storm. You don't see where he's at, and you go, oh, cool, no one can see me. Well, here's a nice reap, silence you. Here's another Terrify for extra damage, Bountiful Harvest, get that drain back, and you're feeling pretty comfortable. 2-0-3, almost a 3k goal lead for Monkeys, and it's 9-15 in game 5.
Oh, God. I'm so happy at the comps they picked for this game.
And it seems like blue. Sorry, I'm gonna cut you off. But Blue Outer League and the other side has finished their series, so they are rating us. Welcome viewers from Blue Outer League and joining us for the series finale, Game 5 between Little Monkeys Water and TD Aftermath.
Oh. Yeah, I guess we get the honor of being the last series of the night to finish.
Hell yeah, that's how it's all about. Ikazuchi might be caught here.
Support's looking for it. Is it predicted? Nope. Nice patience on the arcane shift, not coming out.
Yep, and it's very, very close. I mean, granted, that was prediction. It might look silly on paper, but he was hoping he would arcane shift backwards as little damage goes ball from that sapling. Nothing too bad. Yeah, just as the lanes go one by one, you see Jin 3, 1, and 4 getting the first blood and just kind of snowballing that lead in the bot lane.
Here comes Convey. World Seed goes wide though.
Goes a little wide, and yeah, Nautilus, Best Buy support, 2-0, 500 gold shutdown. So both Fiddlesticks and Nautilus have shutdowns on their team. We'll see if Aftermath can do anything as this Garen will slowly get stronger. But again, because he's going into more of an aggressive Garen,
Here goes Buckby onto DeAndre Jarvan, who is caught soloing the Herald. The drain comes in, massive amount of healing. But now Chinese Spy is in trouble. Gets hit with the Lilting Lullaby. Arcane Shift over the wall by Kazuchi. Blast Cone gets him out. Dodges, does not dodge the Arcane, or the Mystic shot.
Still has a flank angle for Fiddlesticks if he wants to go in, but again, it doesn't have numbers advantage. All 5 members are there, so yeah. They are going to be essentially trading almost a tier 1 bottom for Rift. And unless Vex can teleport down to this bot lane, this is essentially gone. And yeah, they're just going to trade at the tower.
I feel like I don't love the Fiddlesticks trying to solo the, trying to sneak the Herald there. He's generally safer because of the Drain, but Drain doesn't proc the extra damage from the eye, right? He has to auto for that, doesn't he?
You have to auto it, correct. Yes, you have to auto the eye for the extra damage. It doesn't matter how much damage you deal in front of it, but you do need the correct auto. The one thing you can do is when it does a swipe, you can just W through it. The swipe doesn't do any damage to you, it just negates it once your full portion of your W comes out, and then you can auto the eye for extra damage, because you'll get it back. So like, it'll swipe and it will deal damage, but at the end of your drain, well, I call it drain. I know they changed the name on it, but I know it as the original Fiddlesticks drain. You'll get burst back after it finishes, so that gets interrupted.
DeAndre Jarvan.
Yeah, I was hoping they would show it. It unfortunately gets interrupted, but could. Ooh, yep. There's that reap so it silences you for a small portion, and yet one of the few champions that still has silence built into their kit.
So we've got 45 seconds till this mountain dragon comes up. There is already some posture. Titan Shrouds is not gonna have teleport for the end. Pupper Please should. Yeah, I believe that. Oh, the dredge line goes in, lands onto Fat Jester, who flashes over the wall. Ignite's still running. The heal comes out. Convey gets the Lilting Lullaby onto Allfire, who goes to sleep, but there's no follow-up damage. Now the Jin W goes in, and the curtain call opens up. The flash over by Best Buy support, and the fourth shot takes out Convey.
Best Buy support, a little caught out here.
Glacial Augment comes in. There's the package from Chinese Spy, who Valkyrie's in. Ikazuchi gets the shutdown onto Best Buy support, but DeAndre Jarvan took out Buckby. And then, oh wow, Ikazuchi went down to Allfire anyways. Shroud's going for this 1v1. There's the perfect execution. Flashes under the turret, gets silenced. There's the Garen. Oh!
The outplay by Puppers was 50 health left. Gets the flash out and gets the solo bolo. And yes, they do get Dragon for the side of Monkeys, but plays like that, those small little miscues will allow Aftermath to stay relevant in this game. 5,000 gold up, 14 minutes, and Monkeys in the lead.
Oh. And we have an Ocean Rift this time.
Hey. No, wow, yes,
super impactful.
How is it we've had 5 games and we haven't had a single Hextech?
We haven't had a single Hextech dragon.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's wild.
We haven't had a dragon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, not a single dragon in all 5 games. Like, what?
Here comes the dredge line onto Garen. The turret goes down with the Herald. Shrouds is shown up here, is looking for revenge. Hook lands onto Convey. There's the Shuriken flip, and Shrouds gets on the board.
Finally gets on the board. Yep. Nice solo or a nice kill there. Essentially, great dredge line by Best Buy support going in, and yeah, just getting the kill back. Hey, at least you got a couple of tower plates right there. As Fiddlesticks goes in.
Fiddlesticks going in, gets the drain onto Buckby, but the shield's there and does survive. Here's the site. Curtain call opens up. Buckby gets out of it, is running, and goes down anyways.
At Gale Force playing dividends for Jin. It's 6-1-4. is massive. And yeah, you mentioned earlier, Ikazuchi went down. He missed a Mystic shot, and that was the point difference between All Fire and Ikazuchi essentially trading and winning out in that fight. So unfortunately, a missed skill shot results in his death. And as we look, that 5,000 is almost a 6-6 now, a 6,000 gold lead for the side of Monkeys 15 minutes in, and I feel like Monkeys is slowly running away with Game 5.
Oh, bounties are on the board, and we've got a second herald coming up, and mid outer is low, so there's ways for there's easy ways for this gold lead to get clawed back little by little.
Oh yeah, no, there's easy ways for it to get called back. It's just the angles to do so are very limited because, like
Yep.
we mentioned earlier, uh, if you look at the vision control that Monkeys have, it's kind of mostly on their side of the jungle right now. Some on blue, not so much on red side. It's completely dark. And the opposite is true for the side of Aftermath. They have more of the blue side, but nothing too much on the red besides a couple of pink wards. But on the opposition, there's no wards in each other's jungles. So as soon as they cross this, neutral river center line, they're essentially just playing completely blind.
Oh, Pupper Please gets hit with the death charge. There's the Glacial, there's the Fear, there's the Drain from Fiddle, and Shrouds gets the kill.
That's the power of Fiddlesticks. I hope you enjoy being feared and just kind of walking around in a random circle, because the amount of CC he provides is kind of gross. It's like Zac a little bit. Just not as tanky. And yeah, he did go for about Electrocute, so that will provide more damage as Nals gets caught out.
The hook lands onto Convey, the Ignite's there, but the Wild Growth follows up too. There's a Lilting Lullaby on the 2, and a Mystic Shot threads the needle and takes out DeAndre Jarvan.
And that's just a misplay by both Nautilus and Corki, especially Best Buy support. You need to tank that. There's no reason for them to get a straight shot to your Fiddlestick. Just stand in front of it. It's not going to kill you. And unfortunately, the shutdown goes over to Ezreal, one of the hyper carriers that we saw from Game 4, as that story will repeat as Pupper Please just kind of doing some damage. Good pickup with the Maul Mortis, waiting for that to cool down. And yeah, that small little gold back in the pockets Aftermath. This game is not out of reach yet.
One thing that it's a really interesting decision point that Aftermath players have to make is that the Fear duration. Oh, Akali's going in. That was the Rocket Belt. Shroud is up. There's the Q. There's the Shuriken flip. Okay, they're backing off. So far, no one's bought Merc Tread. So the Fear is going to get full value for Fiddlesticks so far. But like beyond the Fiddlesticks and the Nautilus, there's not a ton of value for the Merc Treads, but the value for those two is so massively impactful that I feel like it's kind of worth it.
Yeah. I feel like you probably should, just because there's so much, layer on top of layer on top of layer CC that you just need it. And yeah, as we're slowly looking, the next dragon is in 15 seconds, and Corki does have package for this, so I feel like this will be the third dragon over for the side of Monkeys, because I don't see a way for them to get in there. Akali's not there yet, but
Best Buy support gets feared out of the blast cone. There's the pull in on the Garen. How the package goes in, and Lilia gets knocked out to the side. Allfire gets the kill. Corki's on the backside with Shrouds. They're diving the backline. Buckbeat and Ikazuchi are in trouble. The Shroud isn't enough to save Shrouds from Ikazuchi. He's firing off the Mystic shots. But at the end, that's a 4-for-1, with Shrouds being the only one to go down for Monkeys.
And we talked about in the draft phase, the choke points go in favor of Monkeys. Fiddlesticks, Nautilus, Corki, and Jhin all have ways to shut down these angles. Garen essentially has to walk in on you. Yeah, Lily has a little bit of zone control, but not the greatest. The only ones that really have point of contention is this Vex and Ezreal, but again, they don't exactly have a front line. So Monkeys realizes this. Fiddlesticks goes over the wall, separates the team. Lilia and Garen are essentially feed to the fodder. Another dragon, 4-for-1 for the side of Monkeys, and they are jumping out to an 8k goal lead as they could look for this early Baron.
Ooh. Yeah, the Fiddlesticks drain that gives them a really safe opportunity to take an early Baron, right?
Mm-hmm. If they wanted to. I mean, they also have low cooldown timers, so it's not like they exactly take it fast, because Corki hasn't exactly hit his item spike. He's 0, 2, and 6. But still, with the Jin damage, 700 gold shutdown on him does finally complete his Infinity Edge, so he's gonna be collecting bounties on top of the Collector and Gale Force, so he's in a very comfortable spot. And yeah, at this entire time, the question has to be asked, besides his first death, where we kind of saw it in the bot lane, no one has really been able to jump on him. That's the whole goal of Vex and Lilia, is to get on this Jin, but the issue is you don't have a way. You don't have a reliable way. And monkeys, well, you have Fiddle, you have Akali, you have Nautilus. They have multiple ways to get on your backline. So it's going to be up to monkeys to keep that going forward, and it's going to be up to Aftermath to kind of shut that down, as Buckbeam might be caught out of position here.
He's got Shrouds, he's got Chinese Spy, and the Phosphorus Bomb just absolutely melts Buckbeam.
Yeah, and I think that's just kind of losing track, because you look at top wave, no one's there. So the bot lane is trying to go in here.
Shuriken flip. Okay, the Swirl Seed misses. I think they could have taken that 2v3.
Probably not, because that Nautilus and Jin are coming pretty close, and that Curtain Call is a decent range.
Shot 3 hits. Shot 4 blocked by Garen. Dredgeline comes in, Death Charge comes out, so does the Wild Growth, though.
Wild Growth comes out, and yeah, Jin kind of has to Gale Force out of that. He was under tower with no minion wave, and he'll be safe for the meantime, but 2 minutes and 34 seconds. This is Ocean Soul for monkeys, and especially when you have Fiddlesticks and Corki.
Bucky's going fishing with the ult. There's the exhaust. All Fire's in trouble, but Shrouds takes out Buckby.
And Garen just can't do anything. They're looking to make something out of it, but
chasing.
There's still a tower one. There's still a tier 1 down there. They can't go in as Lilium might be dead here.
Shrouds goes back in. Gets the Q. Gets out. I couldn't even tell you what all just totally happened there. I think that was perfect execution.
So essentially, Hidden Shrouds, Shurikens over the wall, creates distance, and then the way Akali's ultimate work, at least her R1, is you have a small dash over the wall. So perfect execution, jumps over, and if you use R2 on it, based on your missing health, it's like an execute, right? So she hits over the wall because the Shuriken's there, easily cleans up, flashes over, and escapes with her life. And there's not much you can do about that. You need Zhonya's. Well, Zhonya's got burned because Kaname was kind of caught out there. And yeah, clean kill by Hidden Shrouds. This was the reason this champion was banned round 4, games 1 through 4. And game 5, they let it up. And well, they picked it. Excuse me, they picked it early, so it wouldn't be banned out. And this is the reason why. Absolutely making a decision maker in the top lane.
All right. So we've got a little bit of quiet. We've got a 10k gold lead for monkeys, 3 dragons to 0, 3 towers to 1. We've got a minute till this dragon, 50 seconds till this dragon. That's got to be the objective, right? No reason to force the Baron when it's Dragon Soul coming up.
Yeah, that's the objective essentially both teams will be fighting around, but the main issue is they're so far behind. Garen and Lilia and Vex are all out of this game, and you look at Jin and Akali, they just have so much damage by themselves alone that even when Buckby had the isolation on All Fire, he still couldn't kill him. So at this point, it's just you got to go for a Hail Mary play and maybe throw something at the wall and hope it sticks. Otherwise, I feel like the series is going to go 3-2 in the favor of monkeys.
Like I feel like I keep holding my breath whenever I see a Swirl Seed come across the screen. Like if All Fire gets tagged, or if Chinese Spy gets tagged,
this dragon's
feels like the thing that they need.
Yeah, this dragon's theirs. Yeah, this like I said, Corki's got package. Garen's not even in that fight. Lilia, what?
The depth charge comes out, tags Lilia. There's the package to separate her. The Q doesn't hit anyone. All Fire Coast Legendary gets the kill. Ikazuchi's firing over the wall. There's the Crow Storm chasing him down. Double kill. Pupper Please goes down. The monkeys are just taking out everyone. Triple kill to All Fire.
Yeah, that's a clean ace. And like I said, you essentially just had to give the dragon up. You don't have the damage. You're not ahead. You're 10,000 gold behind. It sucks, but you essentially have to give it up. And, well, the death timers are kind of low, but they essentially get a free inhib and can just rotate the Baron. They cannot stop you.
Yeah,
It
okay,
looks like
okay.
that's what they're going to be doing. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they're
not
so
crazy
far
enough
ahead.
to try to end.
No, 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 no. It's, yeah, death timers aren't up, but I mean, again, that's why I was picking monkeys just based on their composition alone. Because Fiddlesticks, while he's creating separation, the Corki package is also another point of separation for the team, and we just saw that play huge dividends as literally their team got split up. Ezreal is by himself, isolated, and
Oh,
Holly wants to
Shrouds.
solo kill.
There's the
She's dead.
rocket belt. There's the
She's dead.
shuriken flip. The lilting lullaby does go in. There's the fear from the Vex, and Garen gets the shutdown with Demacian Justice. But that's going to be a Baron.
Ooh, True Shot Barrage barely misses, but hey, good effort on their part. At least you get a shut down a little bit, but yeah, still, you have a 13k gold lead for the side of monkeys. I mean, as long as they don't just kind of drool on their keyboard, slam their heads against it, and their power goes out, I feel like they win this game. Oh my, yeah, that gold graph just kind of tells you how over time, how each small misplay through bot lane and objective control and fighting around points of contention has slowly snowballed this game in the favor of monkeys.
Yeah, I feel like I said 10 plus minutes ago that there were outer towers that were low. There were ways for Aftermath to get at it. Those towers haven't been touched.
Nope. And those are all
Curtain call
extra.
opens up. Doesn't hit. There's the depth charge also. Ezreal gets rooted. And that's 2 ult cooldowns down.
Here's
they're
where the
walking.
scary part comes in. Ready for the scary part?
Yeah.
So 3 minutes and 29 seconds is Elder.
Oh.
Obviously anything can happen, right? I don't think they'll be able to get in the pit. I feel like this Convey will easily die on Lilia, and they will easily have enough vision control, especially with Fiddlesticks, to shut her out. Well,
Yep.
let's play devil's advocate, right? Maybe they just kind of go through bot lane and somehow they get in. They could potentially get Elder, get a couple kills, and get the gold swinging in their favor. That's if they were only like 4,000 gold behind. Being 14,000 gold behind is a completely different story as Garen's going in.
Flash in by Pupper, please. There's the spin to win, and Demacian Justice takes out the Yordle. Oh, the hook lands on Buckbee, though. Dredgeline, the wild growth is there. Buckbee's getting out. Oh, Allfire manages to take that out with the red buff. And somewhere DeAndre Jordan just soloed Convey. Shrouds is in there. There's the Shuriken flips the Shrouds. The hook lands onto Pupper, please. And monkeys are looking to end. The Ignite. Allfire goes into the Nexus. Does take out Izakuchi.
And that is completely game, and that will be literal Monkey's Water going on to the next round, closing out the series 3-2 over their rivals, TD Aftermath.
Oh my god, that was so close. I mean, the last game kind of spiraled out of control, but the series overall.
Yes.
Oh.
Is there a key on the top side? And yeah, just unfortunate to see, TD Aftermath essentially peace out. But congratulations to Monkeys. You go on to the next round. Uh, Not sure who they play. I'll have to check that in a moment. But yeah, just I feel like they did very well in Game 5s coming back. They kind of struggled with Games 3, struggled Game 4, bounce back Game 5, way to reset your mental, way to come back in the series and close it out.
Yeah, I think it speaks really well for monkeys that they had the mental fortitude to come back. Like losing 2 in a row like that in the middle after riding the high of the 2-0, like coming back to play this game 5 is so important, and it shows they're really not a team to be treated lightly going into this playoffs.
So they do play TA Day Spa as far as the next game is concerned.
Okay.
So That being said, it is Cloud Division. And I know people have been memeing on Cloud Division being the so-called weakest division of them all. So I could see Monkeys actually beating TA Spa and then playing either RPG or CB IZA, which again is a huge upset of RPG Cubs 3-1 Imperial Gaming. So that in itself is a speaking point. So I still think CB IZA wins and then moves on to the next round. But based on what I've seen, I could see, like I said, Monkeys being TA, but they definitely need to clean up, especially with games two
Yeah,
and three. Or games one, excuse me, games 1 and 3. They were really back and forth with objectives, and I feel against some of these better teams, CB Rangers, Conduit Esports, CB Izia, they'll take advantage of that and then easily close the game out against you.
yeah, definitely agree. Ooh, I
Um,
am very excited for these playoffs.
as far as MVP of the series, who would you give it to and why?
Whew. I think I've got to go for DeAndre Jarvin. I think the play in this last game was really clean. You look at game two, the trundle was so insanely impactful. And like there was like the Udyr game where he just kind of didn't do that much. Where it felt like they almost got baited into the Udyr pick, having been banned games one and two, and it was finally left open, but it wasn't impactful. But that was also more Convey dominating the map on that Zac. Um, but like I really think the when he was on, like DeAndre Jarvin felt super impactful here.
Yeah, that's agree with you. I would say either DeAndre Darvin or Best Buy support because I feel like in the bot lane, right, I played a lot
Yeah,
of these in game. The Pike didn't exactly work out in I think it was game 4,
yeah,
but a lot of these engaged supports that Best Buy support essentially played helped all fire stay alive and do the damage they need to be doing. But again, I feel I'll agree with you as well. So I would give my MVP over to DeAndre Jarvin. Games 1 and 2, it felt like he was reading Convey like an open book and just shutting him down every moment of the way.
yeah,
Games 3 and 4, unfortunately, that wasn't his fault. That was a comp diff. That's that happens. It does comps actually matter in competitive 5v5s. But
for sure.
overall, but overall, uh, I think they did pretty well. So before we close it out, do you have any parting thoughts or thanks at all?
Oh, I mean, thanks to you for filling in at the last second. It's been great having you on the Gold broadcast.
Thank you.
GG's to both teams, Monkeys and Aftermath. Unfortunately, Aftermath, your BOL season is done. But Monkeys Water keeping the Monkeys brand alive after Fire fell to New World Mercury.
Yeah, that was a
Uh,
close series as well, 3-2.
yeah, yeah, that was another long back and forth series. It has
Um,
been an exhausting night in BOL Gold.
It has been. But thank you, G's, for essentially being my play-by-play caster. Thank to the production team, especially Caddy, for making the games as smooth as possible. We had an issue game one with some pauses. We kind of broke everything around. So we do apologize for that. But thank you, Caddy, for making everything in smooth transition, zoom in, everything of that. Thank you for the Blue Outer League 1 for joining us for the finale of our series, as well as the viewers at home. Join us again next week as we will go into the quarterfinals for the top
Yep.
8 teams as they continue their run through the gold division of Blue Outer League. Until then, hope everyone has a great night and a fantastic weekend, and we'll see you next Thursday, or sorry, excuse me, next Wednesday. I got ahead of myself. 8
Yep.
Eastern Standard Time. Until then, have a great night and have a good night's sleep.
Good night, everyone.